Section 1 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Marty Criss. The 9 Little Goblins by James Whitcomb Riley. They all climbed up on a high board fence, 9 little goblins with green glass eyes, 9 little goblins that had no sense, and couldn't tell coppers from cold mince pies. And they all climbed up on the fence and sat, and I asked them what they were staring at. And the first one said, as he scratched his head, with a queer little arm that reached out of his ear, and rasped its claws in his hair so red, "This is what this little arm is for." And he scratched and stared, and the next one said, "How on earth do you scratch your head?" And he laughed like the screech of a rusty hinge, laughed and laughed till his face grew black, and when he choked with a final twinge of his stifling laughter, he thumped his back with a fist that grew on the end of his tail, till the breath came back to his lips so pale. And the third little goblin leered round at me, and there were no lids on his eyes at all, and he clucked one eye, and he says he, "What is the style of your socks this fall?" And he clapped his heels, and I sighed to see that he had hands where his feet should be. Then a bald-faced goblin, gray and grim, bowed his head, and I saw him slip his eyebrows off as I looked at him, and paste them over his upper lip. And then he moaned in remorseful pain, would I'd be brows again." And then the whole of the goblin band rocked on the fence top to and fro, and clung in a long row hand in hand, singing the songs that they used to know, singing the songs that their grandsires sung in the goo-goo days of the goblin tongue. And ever they kept their green glass eyes fixed on me with a stony stare, till my own grew glazed with a dread surmise, and my hat whooped up on my lifted hair, and I felt the heart in my breast snap to, as if you've heard the lid of a snuff-box do. And they sang, "You're asleep, there is no board fence, and never a goblin with green glass eyes. 'Tis only a vision the mind invents after a supper of cold mince pies. And you're doomed to dream this way," they said, "and you shan't wake up till you're clean plumb dead." End of The 9 Little Goblins. Reading by Marty Criss.
Section 2 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Our Very Wishes by Harriet Prescott Spofford. It was natural that it should be quiet for Mrs. Cairns in her empty house. Once there had been such a family of brothers and sisters there, but one by one they had married or died, and at any rate had drifted out of the house, so that she was quite alone with her work, and her memories, and the echoes in her vacant rooms. She hadn't a great deal of work, her memories were not pleasant, and the echoes were no pleasanter. Her house was as comfortable otherwise as one could wish. In the very center of the village it was, too, so that no one could go to church or to shop or to call unless Mrs. Cairns was aware of the fact, if she chose. And the only thing that protected the neighbors from this supervision was Mrs. Cairns' mortal dread of the sun on her carpet. For the sun lay in that bay-windowed corner nearly all the day, and even though she filled the window full of geraniums and vines and calla lilies, she could not quite shut it out, till she resorted to sweeping in her curtains. Mrs. Cairns did her own work, because, as she said, then she knew it was done. She had refused the company of various individuals because, as she said again, she wouldn't give them house room. Perhaps it was for the same reason that she had refused several offers of marriage, although the only reason that she gave was that one was quite enough, and she didn't want any boots bringing in mud for her to wipe up. But the fact was that Captain Cairns had been a mistake, and his relict never allowed herself to dwell upon the fact of her loss. But she felt herself obliged to say with too much feeling that all was for the best, and she dared not risk the experiment again. Mrs. Cairns, however, might have been lonelier if she had been very much at home, but she was president of the First Charitable, and secretary of the Second, and belonged to a reading club, and a sewing circle, and a Bible class, and had every case of illness in town more or less to oversee, and the circulation of the news to attend to, and so she was away from home a good deal, and took many teas out. Some people thought that if she hadn't to feed her cat, she never would go home. But the cat was all she had, she used to say, and nobody knew the comfort it was to her. Yet for all this there were hours and seasons when, obliged to stay in the house, it was intolerably dreary there, and she longed for companionship. "Someone with an interest," she said. "Someone who loves the same things that I do, who cares for me and for my pursuits. Someone like Sophia Maybury. Oh, how I should have liked to spend my last days with Sophia! What keeps Dr. Maybury alive so, I can't imagine. If he had only gone to his rest," said the good woman, "Sophia and I could join our forces and live together in clover. And how we should enjoy it! We could talk together, read together, sew together. No more long, dull evenings and lonely nights listening to the mice, but a friend, a dear sister constantly at hand. Sophia was the gentlest young woman, the prettiest. Oh, how I loved her in those days! She was part of my youth. I love her just as much now. I wish she could come and live here. She might, if there weren't any Dr. Maybury. I can't stand this solitude. Why did fate make me such a social old body, and then set me here all alone?" If Sophia was the prettiest young woman in those days, she was an exceedingly pretty old woman in these, with her fresh face and her bright eyes, and if her hair was not all her own, she had companions in bangs. Dr. Maybury made a darling of her all his lifetime, and when he died he left her what he had, not much, the rent of the Webster house, but enough. But there had always been a peahen in Mrs. Maybury's lot. It was all very well to have an adoring husband, but to have no home. The doctor had insisted for years upon living in the tavern which he owned, and if there was one thing that his wife detested more than another, it was life in a tavern. The strange faces, the strange voices, the going and coming, the dreary halls, the soiled tablecloths, the thick crockery, the damp napkins, the flies, the tiresome menu, every roast tasting of every other, no gravy to any, the all outdoors feeling of the whole business, your affairs in everybody's mouth, the banging doors, the restless feet, the stamping of horses in the not distant stable, the pandemonium of it all. She tried to make a little home in the corner of it, but it was useless. And when one day Dr. Maybury suddenly died, missing him and mourning him, and half distracted as she was, a thrill shot across the darkness for half a thought. Now, at any rate, she could have a home of her own. But presently she saw the folly of the thought, a home without a husband. She stayed on at the tavern and took no pleasure in life. But with Dr. Maybury's departure, the thought recurred again and again to Mrs. Cairns of her and Sophia's old dream of living together. "We used to say when we were girls that we should keep house together, for neither of us would ever marry. And it's a great, great pity we did. I dare say, though, she's been very happy." "I know she has, in fact. But then if she hadn't been so happy with him, she wouldn't be so unhappy without him. So it evens up. Well, it's half a century gone, but perhaps she'll remember it. I should like to have her come here. I never could bear Dr. Maybury, it's true, but then I could avoid the subject with her. I mean to try." What a sweet, comfortable, peaceful time we should have of it." A sweet, comfortable, peaceful time. Well, you shall see. For Mrs. Maybury came. Of course she came. Her dear old friend Julia. Oh, if anything could make up for Dr. Maybury's loss, it would be living with Julia. What castles they used to build about living together and working with the heathen around home. And Julia always went to the old East Church, too, and they had believed just the same things, the same election, and predestination and damnation and all. At one time they had thought of going out missionaries together to the Polynesian island, but that had been before Julia took Captain Cairns, for better or worse, principally worse, and before she herself undertook all she could in converting Dr. Maybury. A perfect Penelope's web of a work, for Dr. Maybury died as he had lived, holding her fondest beliefs to be old wives' fables, but not quarreling with her fidelity to them, any more than with her finger rings or her false bangs, her ribbons, and what she considered her falderals in general. And how kind, she went on in her thoughts, it was of Julia to want her now. What comfort they would be to each other. Go? Of course she would. She took Alida with her, Alida who had been her maid so long that she was a part of herself, and who, for the sake of still being with her mistress, agreed to do the cooking at Mrs. Cairns, and help in the housework. The house was warm and light on the night she arrived. Other friends had dropped in to receive her, too. There were flowers on the table in the cozy red dining room, delicate slices of ham that had been stuffed with olives and sweet herbs, a cold queen's pudding rich with frosting, a mold of coffee jelly in a basin of whipped cream, and thin little bread and butter sandwiches. "Oh, how delightful! How homelike!" cried Mrs. Maybury. How unlike the great barn of the dining room at the Webster house! What a delicious bread and butter! Julia had always been such a famous cook. "Oh, this is home indeed, Julia!" she cried. Alas! the queen's pudding appeared in one shape or another till it lost all resemblance to itself, and that ham after a fortnight became too familiar for respect. Mrs. Cairns, when all was re-established and at rights, Sophia in the best bedroom, Alida in the kitchen, Sophia's board paying Alida's wages and all extra expense, Sophia's bird singing like a little fountain of melody in the distance. Mrs. Cairns then felt that after a long life of nothingness, fate was smiling on her. Here was friendship, interest, comfort, company, content. No more lonesomeness now. Here was a motive for coming home. Here was somebody to come home to. And she straightway put the thing to touch by coming home from her prayer meeting, her Bible class, her ladies' circle, her first charitable, and taking in a whole world of pleasure in Sophia's waiting presence, her welcoming smile, her voice asking for the news. And if Sophia were asking for the news, news there must be to give Sophia. And she went about with fresh eagerness, and dropped in here, there, and everywhere, and picked up items at every corner to retail to Sophia. She found it a little difficult to please Sophia about the table. Used to all the variety of a public house, Mrs. Maybury did not take very kindly to the simple fare, did not quite understand why 3 people must be a whole week getting through a roast that served underdone, served overdone, served cold, served warmed up with herbs, served in a pie, made 5 dinners. She didn't quite see why one must have salt fish on every Saturday, and baked beans on Sunday. She hankered after the flesh pots that, when she had them, she had found tiresome, and than which she had frequently remarked she would rather have the simplest home-made bread and butter. Apples, too. Mrs. Cairns' 3 apple trees had been turned to great account in her larder always, but now Mrs. Maybury never touched apple sauce, disliked apple jelly, thought apple pie unfit for human digestion, apple pudding worse, would have nothing with apples in it, except the very little in mince pie, which she liked as rich as brandy and sherry and costly spices could make it. No profit in this sort of boarder, thought the thrifty Mrs. Cairns. But then she didn't have Sophia for profit, only for friendliness and companionship, and of course there must be some little drawbacks. Sophia was not at all slow in expressing her likes and dislikes. Well, Mrs. Cairnes meant she should have no more dislikes to express than need be. Nevertheless, it made Mrs. Cairnes quite nervous with apprehension concerning Mrs. Maybury's face on coming to the dinner table. She left off having roasts, and had a slice of steak, chops, and tomato sauce. A young chicken. But even that chicken had to make its reappearance till it might have been an old hen. "I declare," said Mrs. Cairnes in the privacy of her own emotions, "when I lived by myself I had only one person to please. If Sophia had ever been any sort of a housekeeper herself, it's easy to see why Dr. Maybury chose to live in a hotel." Still the gentle face opposite her at the table, the lively warmth of a greeting when she opened the door, the delight of someone with whom to talk things over, the source of life and movement in the house, all this far outweighed the necessity of having to plan for variety in the little dinners. "I really shall starve to death if this thing does on," Mrs. Maybury had meanwhile said to herself. "It isn't that I care so much for what I have to eat, but I really can't eat enough here to keep me alive. If I went out as Julia does, walking and talking all over town, I dare say I could get up the same sort of appetite for sole leather. But I haven't the heart for it. I can't do it. I have to sit at home and haven't any relish for anything. I really will see if Alida can't start something different." But Alida could not make bricks without straw. She could only prepare what Mrs. Cairnes provided. And as Mrs. Cairnes had never had a servant before, she looked on the whole tribe of them as marauders and natural enemies, and doled out everything from a locked storeroom at so much a head. "Well," sighed Mrs. Maybury, "perhaps I shall get used to it." From which it will be seen that Julia's efforts, after all, were not particularly successful. But if Mrs. Cairnes had been lonely before Mrs. Maybury came, Mrs. Maybury was intolerably lonely, having come, the greater part of the time, Alida being in the kitchen or out herself, and no one in the house but the sunshine, the cat, and the bird. And she detested cats, and had a shudder if one touched her. However, this was Julia's cat, this great black and white evil spirit, looking like an imp of darkness. She would be kind to it if it didn't touch her. But if it touched her, she shivered at the thought. She couldn't answer for the consequences. Julia was so good in taking her into her house and listening to her woes and trying to make her comfortable. Only if this monster tried to kill her bird! Mrs. Maybury, sitting by herself, wept at the thought. How early it was dark now, too! She didn't see what kept Julia so. Really, she was doing too much at her age. She hinted that gently to Julia when Mrs. Cairnes did return, and Mrs. Cairnes could not quite have told what it was that was so unpleasant in the remark. "My age," she said, laughing. "Why, I am as young as I ever was, and as full of life. I could start on an exploring expedition to Africa to-morrow." But she began to experience a novel sense of bondage, she who had all her life been responsible to no one. And presently, whenever she went out, she had a dim consciousness in her mental background of Sophia's eyes following her, of Sophia's thoughts upon her trail, of Sophia's face peering from the bay window as she went from one door to another. She begged some slips, and put a half-dozen new flower-pots on a bracket shelf in the window, in order to obscure the casual view, and left the inner curtain drawn. She came in one day, and there was that inner curtain strung wide open, and the sun pouring through the plants in a broad radiance. Before she took off her bonnet, she stepped to the window and drew the curtain. "Oh!" cried Mrs. Maybury, "what made you do that? The sunshine is so pleasant." "I can't have the sun streaming in here and taking all the color out of my carpet, Sophia," said Julia with some asperity. "But the sun is so very healthy," urged Mrs. Maybury. "Oh, well, I can't be getting a new carpet every day." "You feel," said Mrs. Maybury, turning away wrath, "as you did when you were a little girl, and the teacher told you to lay your wet slate in your lap. "It'll take the fade out of my gown," said you. "How long ago is it? Does it seem as if it were you and I?" "I don't know," said Julia tartly. "I don't bother myself much with abstractions. I know it is you and I." And she put her things on the hall rack as she was going out again in the afternoon to Bible class. She had no sooner gone out than Mrs. Maybury went and strung up every curtain in the house where the sun was shining, and sat down triumphantly and rocked contentedly for 5 minutes in the glow, when her conscience overcame her, and she put them all down again, and went out into the kitchen for a little comfort from Alida. But Alida had gone out too, so she came back to the sitting room and longed for the stir and bustle and frequent faces of the tavern, and welcomed a book canvasser presently as if she had been a dear friend. Perhaps Julia's conscience stirred a little too, for she came home earlier than usual, put away her wraps, lighted an extra lamp, and said, "Now we'll have a long, cozy evening to ourselves." "We might have a little game of cards," said Sophia, timidly. "I know a capital double solitaire—" "Cards!" cried Julia. "Why not?" "Cards, and I just came from Bible class." "What in the world has that got to do with it?" "Everything." "Why, the doctor and I used—" "That doesn't make it any better." "Why, Julia, you can't possibly mean that there's any harm, that it's wicked." "I think we'd better drop the subject, Sophia," said Julia loftily. "But I don't want to drop the subject," exclaimed Mrs. Maybury. "I don't want you to think that the doctor would—" "I can't help what the doctor did. I think cards are wicked, and that's enough for me." "Well," cried Mrs. Maybury, then in great dudgeon, "I'm not a member of the old East Church in good and regular standing for 40 years to be told what's right and what's wrong by any one now." "If you're in good and regular standing, then the church is very lax in its discipline, Sophia. That's all I've got to say." "But, Julia, things have been very much liberalized of late years. The minister's own daughter has been to dancing school." The toss of Julia's head and her snort of contempt only said, "So much the worse for the minister's daughter." "Nobody believes in infant damnation now," continued Mrs. Maybury. "I do." "Oh, Julia," cried Mrs. Maybury, for the moment quite faint, "that is because," she said, as soon as she had rallied, and breaking the dreadful silence, "you never had any little babies of your own, Julia." This was adding insult to injury, and still there was silence. "I don't believe it of you, Julia," she continued. "Your kind heart—" "I don't know what a kind heart has to do with immutable degrees of an offended deity," cried the exasperated Julia. "And this only goes to show what 40 years' association with a free-thinking—" "You were right in the beginning, Julia. We had better drop the subject," said Mrs. Maybury, and she gathered up her afghan wools gently and went to her room. Mrs. Maybury came down, however, when tea was ready, and all was serene again, especially as Susan Peyster came in to tell the news about Dean Hampton's defalcation at the village bank, and had a seat at the table. "But I don't understand what on earth he has done with the money," said Mrs. Maybury. "Gambled," said Susan. "Cards," said Mrs. Cairnes. "You see." "Not that sort of gambling," cried Susan, "but stocks and that." "It's the same thing," said Mrs. Cairnes. "And that's the least part of it, they do say," said Susan, balancing her teaspoon as if in doubt about speaking. "They say what?" cried Mrs. Cairnes. "But for our part, as we don't know Mr. Dean Hampton, and therefore cannot relish his misdoings with the same zest as if we did, we will not waste time on what was said." Only when Susan had gone, Mrs. Maybury rose too, and said, "I must say, Julia, that I think this dreadful conversation is infinitely worse and more wicked than any game of cards could be." "What are you talking about?" said Julia, jocosely, and quite good-humored again. "And the amount of shocking gossip of this description that I've heard since I've been in your house is already more than I've heard in the whole course of my life. Dr. Maybury would never allow a word of gossip in our rooms." And she went to bed. "You shall never have another word in mine," said the thunder-stricken Julia to herself, and if she had heard that the North Pole had tipped all its ice off into space, she wouldn't have told her a syllable about it all that week. But in the course of a fortnight, a particularly choice bit of news having turned up, and the edge of her resentment having worn away, Mrs. Cairnes could not keep it to herself. And poor Mrs. Maybury, famishing now for some object of interest, received it so kindly that things returned to their former footing. Perhaps not quite to their former footing, for Julia had now a feeling of restraint about her news, and didn't tell the most piquant, and winked to her visitors if the details trenched too much on what had better be unspoken. Not that it was really so very, but then, Mrs. Maybury, you know, she said afterward, but she had never been accustomed to this restraint, and she didn't like it. In fact, Mrs. Cairnes found herself under restraints that were amounting to a mild bondage. She must be at home for meals, of course. She had been in the habit of being at home or not, as she chose, and often of taking the bite and sup at other houses, which precluded the necessity of preparing anything at home. She must have the meals to suit another and very different palate, which was irksome and troublesome. She must exercise a carefulness concerning her conversation, and that of her gossips, too, which destroyed both zest and freedom. She strongly suspected that in her absence the curtains were up and the sun was allowed to play havoc with her carpets. She was remonstrated with her goings and comings, she who had had the largest liberty for 20 years. And then when the minister came to see her, she never had the least good of the call. So much of it was absorbed by Mrs. Maybury, and Mrs. Maybury's health was delicate. She fussed and complained and whined. She cared for the things that Mrs. Cairnes didn't care for, and didn't care for the things that Mrs. Cairnes did care for. Mrs. Cairnes was conscious of her unspoken surprise at much that she said and did, and resented the somewhat superior gentleness and refinement of her old friend as much as the old friend resented her superior strength and liveliness. "What has changed Sophia so? It isn't Sophia at all. And I thought so much of her, and I looked forward to spending my old age with her so happily," murmured Julia. "But perhaps it will come right," she reasoned cheerily. "I may get used to it. I didn't suppose there'd be any rubbing of corners. But as there is, the sooner they're rubbed off the better, and we shall settle down into comfort again. At last, instead of at first, as I had hoped in the beginning. Alas! I really can't stand these plants of yours, Julia dear," said Mrs. Maybury, soon afterward. "I've tried to. I've said nothing. I've waited to be very sure. But I never have been able to have plants about me. They act like poison to me. They always make me sneeze so, and you see I'm all stuffed up. Her plants, almost as dear to her as children might have been, the chief ornament of her parlors, and just ready to bloom. This was really asking too much." "I don't believe it's the plants at all," said Julia. "That's sheer nonsense. Anybody living on this green and vegetating earth to be poisoned by plants in a window? I don't suppose they trouble you any more than your lamp all night does me. But I've never said anything about that. I can't bear lamplight at night. I want it perfectly dark. And the light streams out of your room. Why don't you shut the door, then?" "Because I never shut my door. I want to hear if anything disturbs the house. Why don't you shut yours?" "I never do either. I've always had several rooms, and kept the doors open between. It isn't healthy to sleep with closed doors." "Healthy, healthy! I don't hear anything else from morning till night when I'm in the house." "You can't hear very much of it, then." "I should think, Sophia Maybury, you wanted to live forever." "Goodness knows I don't," cried Mrs. Maybury, bursting into tears. And that night she shut her bedroom door and opened the window, and sneezed worse than ever all day afterward, in spite of the fact that Mrs. Cairnes had put all her cherished plants into the dining-room alcove. "I can't imagine what has changed Julia so," sighed Mrs. Maybury. "She used to be so bright and sweet and good-tempered, and now I really don't know what sort of an answer I'm to have to anything I say. It keeps my nerves stretched on the qui vive all day. I am so disappointed. I am sure the doctor would be very unhappy if he knew how I felt." But Mrs. Maybury had need to pity herself. Julia didn't pity her. "She's been made a baby of so long," said Julia, "that now she really can't go alone." And perhaps she was a little bitterer about it than she would have been had Captain Cairns ever made a baby of her in the least at any time. They were sitting together one afternoon, a thunderstorm of unusual severity having detained Mrs. Cairns at home, and the conversation had been more or less acrimonious, as often of late. Just before dusk there came a great burst of sun, and the whole heavens were suffused with splendor. "Oh, Julia, come here, come quick, and see this sunset!" cried Mrs. Maybury. But Julia did not come. "Oh, I can't bear to have you lose it," urged the philanthropic lover of nature again. "There, it's streaming up the very zenith. I never saw such color. Do come." "Mercy, Sophia, you're always wanting people to leave what they're about and see something. My lap's full of worsteds." "Well," said Sophia, "it's for your own sake. I don't know that it will do me any good. Only if one enjoys beautiful sights." "Dear me! Well, there! Is that all? I don't see anything remarkable. The idea of making one get up to see that!" And as she took her seat, up jumped the great black and white cat to look out in his turn. Mrs. Maybury would have been more than human if she had not said "Scat! Scat! Scat!" And she did say it, shaking herself in horror. It was the last straw. Mrs. Cairns took her cat in her arms and moved majestically out of the room, put on her rubbers, and went out to tea, and did not come home till a light upstairs told her that Mrs. Maybury had gone to her room. Where was it all going to end? Mrs. Cairns could not send Sophia away after all the protestations she had made. Mrs. Maybury could never put such a slight on Julia as to go away without more overt cause for displeasure. It seemed as though they would have to fight it out in the union. But that night a glare lit the sky which quite outdid the sunset. The fire bells and clattering engines called attention to it much more loudly than Sophia had announced the larger conflagration, and in the morning it was found that the Webster house was in ashes. All of Mrs. Maybury's property was in the building. The insurance had run out the week before, and meaning to attend to it every day she had let it go, and here she was, penniless. But no one need commiserate with her. Instead of any terror at her situation, a wild joy sprang up within her. Relief and freedom clapped their wings above her. It was Mrs. Cairns who felt that she herself needed pity. A lamp at nights, oceans of fresh air careering around the house, the everlasting canary birds singing to bear, her plants exiled, her table revolutionized, her movements watched, her conversation restrained, her cat abused, the board of two people and the wages of one to come out of her narrow hoard. But she rose to the emergency. Sophia was penniless. Sophia was homeless. The things which it was the ashes of bitterness to allow her as a right, she could well give her as a benefactress. Sophia was welcome to all she had. She went into the room, meaning to overwhelm the weeping, helpless Sophia with her benevolence. Sophia was not there. Mrs. Maybury came in some hours later, a carriage and a job wagon presently following her to the door. "You are very good, Julia," said she, when Julia received her with the rapid sentences of welcome and assurance that she had been accumulating. "And you mustn't think I'm not sensible of all your kindness. I am. But my husband gave the institution advice for nothing for 40 years, and I think I have rights there now without feeling under obligations to any. I've visited the directors, and I've had a meeting called and attended. I've had all your energy, Julia, and have hurried things along in quite your own fashion. And as I had just $100 in my purse after I sold my watch this morning, I've paid it over for the entrance fee. And I've been admitted, and I'm going to spend the rest of my days in the old ladies' home." I've the upper corner front room, and I hope you will come and see me there." "Sophia!" "Don't speak. Don't say one word. My mind was made up irrevocably when I went out. Nothing you, nothing any one can say will change it. I'm one of the old ladies now." Mrs. Cairns brought all her plants back into the parlor, pulled down the shades, drew the inside curtain, had the cat's cushion again in its familiar corner, and gave Alida warning within half an hour. She looked about a little while and luxuriated in her freedom. No one to supervise her conversation, her movements, her opinions, her food. Never mind the empty rooms or the echoes there. She read an angry psalm or two, looked over some texts denouncing Pharisees and hypocrites, thought indignantly of the ingratitude there was in the world, felt that anyway and on the whole she was where she was before Sophia came, and went out to spend the evening, and came in at the 9 o'clock bell ringing with such a sense of freedom that she sat up till midnight to enjoy it. And Sophia spent the day putting her multitudinous belongings into place, hanging up her birdcage, arranging her books in her bureau drawers, setting up a stocking, and making the acquaintance of the old ladies next her. She taught one of them to play double solitaire that very evening, and then she talked a little while concerning Dr. Maybury, about whom Julia had never seemed willing to hear a word. And then she read, "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest," and went to bed perfectly happy. Julia came to see her the next day, and Sophia received her with open arms. Every one knew that Julia had begged her to stay and live with her always, and share what she had. Julia goes now to see her every day of her life, rain or snow, storm or shine, and the whole village says that the friendship between those two old women is something ideal. End of Our Very Wishes. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Section 3 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mystery of Gilgal by John Hay. The darkest, strangest mystery I ever read or hearn or see is 'long of a drink at Taggart's Hall, Tom Taggart's of Gilgal. I've hearn the tale 1,000 ways, but never could get through the maze that hangs around that queer day's doin's. But I'll tell the yarn to you'uns. Tom Taggart stood behind his bar. The time was fall, the skies was far. The neighbors round the counter drawed, and calmly drinked and jawed. At last come Colonel Blood of Pike, and old Jedge Finn, permiscus like, and each, as he meandered in, remarked, "A whiskey skin." Tom mixed the beverage full and far, and slammed it, smoking, on the bar. Some says 3 fingers, some says 2. I'll leave the choice to you. Finn to the drink put forth his hand. Blood drawed his knife with accent bland. "I ax your parding, Mr. Finn, just drap that whiskey skin." No man high-toneder could be found than old Jedge Finn the country round. Says he, "Young man, the tribe of Finns knows their own whiskey skins." He went for his 11-inch bowie knife. I tries to follow a Christian life, but I'll drop a slice of liver or 2, my bloomin' shrub, with you. They carved in a way that all admired, till Blood drawed iron at last and fired. It took Seth Blood so 'twixt the eyes, which caused him great surprise. Then coats went off and all went in, shots and bad language swelled the din. The short, sharp bark of derringers, like bull pups, cheered the first. They piled the stiffs outside the door. They made, I reckon, a quart or more. Girls went that winter, as a rule, alone to spelling school. I've searched in vain from Dan to Beersheba to make this mystery clear, but I end with hit as I did begin. Who got the whiskey skin? End of The Mystery of Gilgal. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman.
Section 4 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Marty Criss. The Gusher by Charles Battelle Loomis. Of course, an afternoon tea is not to be taken seriously, and I hold that any kind of conversation goes as long as it is properly vacuous and irrelevant. One meets many kinds of afternoon teas, the bored, the bashful, the intense, and once in a while the interesting. But for pure delight there is nothing quite equals the gusher. She is generally very pretty. Nature insists on compensations. When you meet a real gusher, one born to gush, you can just throw all bounds of probability aside and say the first thing that comes into your head, sure that it will meet with an appreciative burst of enthusiasm, for your true gusher is nothing if she is not enthusiastic. There are those who listen to everything you say and punctuate it with, "Yes, yes, yes," until the sibilance gets on your nerves. But the attention of the Simon Pure gusher is purely subconscious. She could not repeat a thing of what you have told her a half a minute after hearing it. Her real attention is on something else all the while, perhaps on the gowns of her neighbors, perhaps on the reflection of her pretty face, but never on the conversation. And why should it be? Is a tea a place for the exercise of concentration? Perish the thought. You are presented to her as Mr. And she is delighted and smiles so ravishingly that you wish you were 20 years younger. You do not yet know that she is a gusher, but her first remark labels her, just to test her, for there is something in the animation of her face and the far-awayness of the eye that makes you suspect her sincerity. You say, "I happen to have 6 children." "Oh, how perfectly dear! How old are they?" She scans the gown of a woman who has just entered the room, and being quite sure that she is engaged in a mental valuation of it, you say, "They're all of them 6. "Oh, how lovely!" Her unseeing eyes look you in the face, just at the right age to be companions. Yes, all but one. The eye has wandered to another gown, but the sympathetic voice says, "Oh, what a pity!" Yes, isn't it? But he's quite healthy. It's a game now. Fair game. And you're glad you came to the tea. "Healthy, you say? How nice! It's perfectly lovely to be healthy. Do you live in the country?" "Not exactly the country. We live in Madison Square, under the trees." "Oh, how perfectly idyllic!" "Yes. We have all the advantages of the city and the delights of the country. Got a permit from the Board of Education to put up a little bungalow alongside the Worth Monument, and the children bathe in the fountain every morning when the weather is cold enough." "Oh, how charming! How many children have you?" "Only 7. The oldest is 5, and the youngest is 6. "Just the interesting age, don't you think? Children fascinating." Again the roaming eye and the vivacious smile. Yes, indeed. My oldest, he's 14 and quite original. He says that when he grows up, he doesn't know what he'll be. Really? How cute! Yes, he says it every morning, a half hour before breakfast. Fancy! How old did you say he was? Just 17, but perfectly girl-like and masculine. She nods her head, bows to an acquaintance in a distant part of the room, and murmurs in musical, sympathetic tones, "That's an adorable age." What, 13? Yes. Did you say it was a girl? Yes. His name is Ethel. He's a great help to her mother. Little darling. Yes, I tell them there may be city advantages, but I think they're much better off where they are. Where did you say they were? On the Connecticut shore. You see, having only one child, Mrs. Smith is very anxious that it should grow up healthy, absent-minded nods indicative of full attention. And so little Ronald never comes to the city at all. He plays with the fisherman's child and gets great draughts of fresh air. Oh, how perfectly entrancing! You're quite a poet. No, I'm a painter. Now she is really attentive. She thought you were just an ordinary beast, and she finds that you may be a lion. Smith? Perhaps you're Hopkinson Smith. Oh, do you paint? How perfectly adorable! What do you paint, landscapes or portraits? Again the eye wanders, and she inventories a dress, and you say, oils. Do you ever allow visitors to come to your studio? Why, I never prevent them, but I'm so afraid it will bore them that I never ask them. Oh, how could anybody be bored at anything? But everyone hasn't your enthusiasm. My studio is in the top of the Madison Square Tower, and I never see a soul from week's end to week's end. Oh, then you're not married? Dear no. A man who is wedded to his art mustn't commit bigamy. Oh, how clever! So you're a bachelor? Yes, but I have my wife for a chaperone, and I'd be delighted to have you come and take tea with us some Saturday, from 6 until 3. Perfectly delighted. Her eye now catches sight of an acquaintance just coming in, and as you prepare to leave her, you say, "Hope you don't mind a little artistic unconventionality. We always have beer at our teas, served with sugar and lemons, the Russian fashion." "Oh, I think it's much better than cream. I adore unconventionality." "You're very glad you met me, I'm sure." "Awfully good of you to say so." Anything goes at an afternoon tea, but it's better not to go. End of The Gusher. Reading by Marty Chris.
Section 5 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Henry Niemark. The Widow Bedot's Visitor by Frances M. Witcher. Just in time, Mr. Crane. We've just this minute sot down to tea. Draw up a chair and set by. Now, don't say a word. I shan't take no for an answer. Should have had things rather different, to be sure, if I'd suspected you, Mr. Crane. But I won't apologize. Apologies don't never make nothing no better, you know. Why, Melissy, you hain't half sot the table. Where's the plum sass? Thought you was a-gwine to get some on for tea. I don't see no cake, nother. What a keerless gal you be. Do bring 'em on quick, and Melissy, dear, fetch out one of them pumpkin pies and put it warmin'. How do you take your tea, Mr. Crane? Clear, hey? How much that makes me think a husband, he always drunk his'n clear. Now do make yourself to hum, Mr. Crane. Help yourself to things. Do you eat Johnny cake? 'Cause if you don't, I'll cut some white bread. Do you, hey? We're all great hands for Injun bread here, especially Kier. If I don't make a Johnny cake every few days, he says to me, he says, Ma, why don't you make some Injun bread? It seems as if we had never had none. Melissy, pass the cheese. Kier, see it to Mr. Kane has butter. This here butter's a leetle grain frowsy. I don't want you to think it's my make, for 'tain't. Sam Prendergast's wife, she was Sally Smith, she burned butter in me the other day, and this is what she sent back. I wouldn't have had it on if I'd suspected company. How do you feel today, Mr. Crane? Didn't take no cold last night. Well, I'm glad on it. I was rally afeard you would. The lecture room was so turrible hot. I was anymost roasted, and I wa'n't dressed wonderful warm nother. I had on my green silk man killer, and that ain't very thick. Take a pickle, Mr. Crane. I'm glad you're a favorite pickles. I think pickles a delightful beverage. Don't feel as if I could make out a meal without 'em. Once in a while I go visitin' where they don't have none on the table, and when I get home the first thing I do is to dive for the buttery and get a pickle. But husband couldn't eat 'em. They was like pies to him. Melissy never eats 'em nother. She ain't no pickle hand. Some gals eat pickles to make 'em grow poor, but Melissy hain't no such foolish notions. I've brung her up so she shouldn't have. Why, I've heerd of gals drinking vinegar to thin 'em off and make their skin delicate. They say Kaiser Winkle. Why, Kier, what you been poking the sass at Mr. Crane for? Melissy just helped him. I heerd Carline Gallup say how't Kaiser Winkle. Why, Kier, what do you mean by offering the cold pork to Mr. Crane? Just as if he wanted pork for his tea? You see, Kier's been over at the Hollow today on business with old Uncle Dawson, and he come home with quite an appetite. Says to me, says he, Ma, do set on some cold pork and taters, for I'm as hungry as a bear. Let me fill up your cup, Mr. Crane. Melissy, bring on that or pie. I guess it's warm by this time. There, I don't think anybody'd say that pumpkin was burnt a stewing. Take another pickle, Mr. Crane. Oh, I was a-gwine to tell what Carline Gallup said about Kaiser Winkle. Carline Gallup was a manty maker. What, Kier? Rather apt to talk? Well, I know she was, but then she used to be sewin' to old Winkles about half the time, and she knowed purty well what went on there. Yes, I know sewin' gals is gin'rally tattlers. But I was gwine to tell what Carline Gallup said. Carline was a very stiddy gal. She was married about a year ago, married Joe Bennett, Philander Bennett's son. You remember Phil Bennett, don't you, Mr. Crane? He was killed so sudden over to Ganderfield. Though come to think, it must have been arter you went away from here. He'd moved over to Ganderfield the spring afore he was killed. Well, one day in haying time he was to work in the hayfield. Take another piece of pie, Mr. Crane. Oh, do. I insist on it. Well, he was to work in the hayfield, and he fell off the haystack. I suppose 'twouldn't have killed him if it hadn't been for his comin' kermash onto a jug that was a-settin' on the ground aside of the stack. The spine of his back went right into the jug and broke it. Broke his back. I mean, not the jug. That wasn't even cracked. Cur'us, wasn't it? 'Twas quite a comfort to Miss Bennet in her affliction. 'Twas a jug she valued. Or one 'twas her mother's. Take another cup of tea, Mr. Crane. Why, you don't mean to say you've got done supper? Ain't you gwine to take nothing more? No more of the pie nor the sass? Oh, that reminds me, I was gwine to tell what Carline Gallup said about Kaiser Winkle. Well, why, Kier, seems to me you ain't very polite to leave the table afore anybody else does. Oh, yes, I remember now. It's singing school night. I suppose it's time you was off. Melissy, you want to go too, don't you? Well, I guess Mr. Crane will excuse you. We'll just set back the table agin the wall. I won't do the dishes just now. Me and Melissy does the work ourselves. Mr. Crane, I hain't kept no gal since Melissy was big enough to aid and assist me. I think helps more plague than profit. No woman that has growed-up daughters needn't keep help if she's brung up her gals as she'd ought to. Melissy, dear, put on your cloak. It's a purty tejious evening. Here, you tie up your throat. You know you was complainin' of a soreness in to-day, and you must be keerfully tied up when you come home. It's dangerous to expose yourself arter singin'. Apt to give a body the brown critters. That's turrible. You couldn't sing any more if you should get that, you know. You'd better call for Mirandy and Seliny, hadn't you? Don't be out late. Now, Mr. Crane, draw up to the stove. You must be chilly off there. You gwine to the party at Major Coon's day out tomorrow? Suppose they'll give out their invitations tomorrow? Do go, Mr. Crane. It'll chirk you up and do you good to go out into society again. They say it's to be quite numerous, but I guess there won't be no dancing or highty-tighty doin's. If I thought there would be, I shouldn't go myself, for I don't approve on 'em, and couldn't countenance 'em. What do you think Sam Pendergrass's wife told me? She said half the Widder Jenkins, 'twas Paul Bingham, is a-havin' a new gown made purpose to wear to the party, one of these flabbergasted blazin' plaid consarns with chew-off or white caterin' flounces around the skirt. Did you ever? How ridiculous for a woman of her age, ain't it? I suppose she expects to 'stonish the natives and make her market chew like enough. Well, she's to be pitied. Oh, Mr. Crane, I thought I should go off last night when I see that old critter squeeze up and hook onto you. How turrible impertinent, wa'n't it? But seems to me I shouldn't have felt as if I was obleeged to went home with her if I'd have been in your place, Mr. Crane. She made a purty speech about me to the lecturer. I'm most ashamed to tell you on it, Mr. Crane, but it shows what the critter is. Kears says he heard her stretch her neck across and whispered, "Oh, Green, Mr. Green, don't you think the Widder Bedott seems to be wonderfully took up with craniology? She's the brazen-facedest critter that ever lived. It does beat all. I never did see her equal. But it takes all sorts of folks to make up the world, you know. What did I understand you to say, Mr. Crane? A few minutes' conversation with me? Dearie me, is it anything particular, oh, Mr. Crane? Oh, dear sirs, how you do frustrate me. Not that it's anything uncommon for the gentleman to ax to have private conversations with me, you know. But then, being you is different. Circumstances alter cases, you know. What was you gwine to say, Mr. Crane? Oh, no, Mr. Crane, by no manner of means. 'Tain't a minute too soon for you to begin to talk about getting married again. I am amazed you should be afeard I'd think so. See how long's Miss Crane been dead? 6 months? Land of Goshen! Why, I've knowed a number of individuals get married in less time than that. There's Phil Bennett's widder, I was talking about just now. She 'twas Louisy Paris. Her husband hadn't been dead but 3 months, you know. I don't think it looks well for a woman to be in such a hurry, but for a man it's a different thing. Circumstances alter cases, you know. And then, situated as you be, Mr. Crane, it's a terrible thing for your family to be without a head to superintend the domestic concerns and tend to the children. To say nothing of yourself, Mr. Crane, you do need a companion, and no mistake. 6 months! Good grievous! Why, Squire Titus didn't wait but 6 weeks after he buried his first wife before he married his second. I thought there warn't no particular need of his hurrying, so seeing his family was all growed up, such a critter as he picked out, too, 'twas very unsuitable, but everybody to his taste. I hain't no disposition to meddle with nobody's consarns. There's old Farmer Dawson, too. His pardner hadn't been dead but 10 months. To be sure, he ain't married yet, but he would have been long enough ago if somebody I know on'd given him any encouragement. But 'tain't for me to speak of that matter. He's a clever old critter, and as rich as a Jew, but lawful sakes, he's old enough to be my father. And there's Mr. Smith, Jubiter Smith. You know him, Mr. Crane. His wife, she 'twas Aurora Pike. She died last summer, and he's been squinting round among the women ever since, and he may squint for all the good it'll do him, so far as I'm concerned, though. Mr. Smith's a respectable man, quite young, and hain't no family, very well off, too, and quite intellectable. But I'm purty particular. Oh, Mr. Crane, it's 10 years come January since I witnessed the expiration of my beloved companion. An uncommon long time to wait, to be sure, but 'tain't easy to find anybody to fill the place of Hezekiah Bedott. I think you're the most like my husband of every individual I ever see. Mr. Crane, 6 months! Murderation! Curus, you should be afeard. I think 'twas too soon. Why, I've knowed... Mr. Crane then says, "Well, widder, I've been thinking about taking another companion, and I thought I'd ask you." And the widow replies, "Oh, Mr. Crane, excuse my commotion. It's so unexpected. Just hand me that or bottle of camphor off the mantelry shelf. I'm rather faint. Do put a little mite on my handkercher and hold it to my nose. There, that'll do. I'm obleeged to you. Now I'm rather more composed. You may proceed, Mr. Crane." And Mr. Crane says, "Well, widder, I was a-going to ask you "Whether," and the widow says, "Continue, Mr. Crane, do. I know it's turrible embarrassin'. I remember when my diseased husband made his suppositions to me, he stammered and stuttered and was so awfully flustered it did seem as if he'd never get it out in the world, and I suppose it's generally the case. At least it has been with all of them that's made suppositions to me. You see, they generally aren't certain about what kind of an answer they're a-gwine to get, and it kind of makes them nervous. But when an individual has reason to suppose his attachment's reciprocated, I don't see what need there is of his being frustrated, though I must say it's quite embarrassing to me. Pray, continue." Mr. C. says, "Well, then, I want to know if you're willing I should have Melissy." The widow says, "The dragon!" Mr. C. says, "I hain't said anything to her about it yet. Thought the proper way was to get your consent first. I remember when I courted Tryphony, we were engaged sometimes before Mother Canute knew anything about it, and when she found out she was quite put out because I didn't go to her first. So when I made up my mind about Melissy, thinks me, I'll do it right this time and speak to the old woman first." The widow says, "Old woman, hey, that's a purty name to call me. Amazin' perlite, too. Want Melissy, hey? Tribulation, gracious sakes alive! Well, I'll give it up now. I always knowed you was a simpleton, Tim Crane, but I must confess I didn't think you was quite so big a fool. Want Melissy, do you? If that don't beat all, what an everlasting old calf you must be to suppose she'd look at you. Why, you're old enough to be a father, and more, too. Melissy ain't only in her 21st year. What a ridiculous idea for a man of your age. As gray as a rat, too. I wonder what this world is coming to. It is astonishing what fools old widowers will make of themselves. Have Melissy. Mr. Crane says, "Why, widder, you surprise me. I had no idea of being treated in this way after you'd been so polite to me and made such a fuss over me and the girls." Widow says, "Shut your head, Tim Crane. None of your sass to me. There's your hat on that art table, and here's the door, and the sooner you put on one and march out the other, the better it'll be for you. And I advise you, afore you try to get married again, to go out west and see if your wife's cold. And arter you're satisfied on that pint, just put a little lamp-black on your hair. 'Twould add to your appearance, undoubtedly, and be of sarvice to you when you want to flourish round among the gals. And when you've got your hair fixed, just splinter the spine of your back. 'Twouldn't hurt your looks a mite. You'd be entirely unresistible if you was a leetle grain straighter." Mr. C. says, "Well, I never." The widow says, "Hold your tongue, you consarned old coot, you. I tell you, there's your hat, and there's the door. Be off with yourself, quick, meter. I'll give you a heist with a broomstick." Mr. C. says, "Jiminy!" Widow, rising, "Get out, I say. I ain't a-gwine to stand here and be insulted under my own ruff. And so get along, and if ever you darken my door again or say a word to Melissy, it'll be the worse for you, that's all." Mr. C. says, "Tremenjous! What a buster!" The widow says, Go along, you everlasting old gum. I won't hear another word." She stops up her ears. I won't." Exit Mr. Crane. Enter Melissy, accompanied by Captain Canute. "Good evening, Cap'n. Well, Melissy, home at last, hey? Why didn't you stay till morning? Purty business keeping me up here so late waiting for you when I'm any most tired to death ironing and working like a slave all day. Ought to have been a bed an hour ago. Thought you left me with agreeable company, hey? I should like to know what earthly reason you had to suppose old Cranes was agreeable to me. I always despised the critter. Always thought he was a turrible fool, and now I'm convinced on it. I'm completely disgusted with him, and I let him know it tonight. I get him a piece of my mind. I guess he'll be apt to remember for a spell. I'd rather think he went off with a flea in his ear. Why, Captain, did you ever hear of such a piece of audacity in all your born days? For him, Tim Crane, to durst to expire to my hand, the widder of Deacon Bedott. Just as if I'd condescend to look at him, the old numbskull. He don't know B from a broomstick, but if he'd have stayed much longer I'd have teached him the difference, I guess. He's got his walking ticket now. I hope he'll let me alone in future. And where's Keir? Gone home with the Cranes, hey? Well, I guess it's the last time. And now, Melissy Bedott, you ain't to have nothing more to do with them gals, do you hear? You ain't to associate with them at all out of this. 'Twould only be encouraging the old man to come a-pesterin' me again, and I won't have him round, do you hear? Don't be in a hurry, Captain, and don't be alarmed at my getting in such a passion about old Crane's presumption. Maybe you think 'twas unfeeling of me to use him so, and I don't say but what 'twas, ruther. But then he's so awful disagreeable to me, you know. 'Tain't everybody I'd treat in such a way. Well, if you must go, good evening. Give my love to Hannah when you ride again. Do call frequently, Captain Canute. Do. End of The Widow Bedot's Visitor, read by Henry Niemark.
Section 6 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Denny Sayers. The Lugubrious Wing-Wang by John Whitcomb Riley. The rhyme of the Raggedy Man, at's best, is tickle me, love, in these lonesome ribs, 'cause that'n's the strangest of all the rest, and the worst to learn, and the last one guessed, and the funniest one, and the foolishest. Tickle me, love, in these lonesome ribs. I don't know what in the world it means, tickle me, love, in these lonesome ribs, and then when I tell him I don't, he leans like he was a-grindin' on some machines, and says, if I don't, why, I don't know beans. Tickle me, love, in these lonesome ribs. Out on the margin of the moonshine land, tickle me, love, in these lonesome ribs, out where the wing-wang loves to stand, writing his name with his tail in the sand, and swiping it out with his ogreish hand. Tickle me, love, in these lonesome ribs. Is it the gibber of gungs or keeks? Tickle me, love, in these lonesome ribs. Or what is the sound that the wing-wang seeks, crouching low by the winding creeks, and holding his breath for weeks and weeks? Tickle me, love, in these lonesome ribs. Anoint him, the wraithest of wraithly things. Tickle me, love, in these lonesome ribs. 'Tis a fair wing-wangus, with phosphor rings and bridal jewels of fangs and stings, and she sits and as sadly and softly sings as the mildewed whir of her own dead wings. Tickle me, dear, tickle me here, tickle me, love, in me lonesome ribs. End of the Lugubrious Wing-Wang. Section 7 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Denny Sayers. The Runaway Toys by Frank L. Stanton. The hobby horse was so tired that day, with never a bite to eat, that he whispered the doll, I shall run away. And he galloped out to the street, with the curly-headed doll baby on his back, and hard at his heels went the jumping jack. And the little boy, he never knew, though the little steam-engine blew and blew. Then the humming top went round and round, and crashed through the window-pane, and the scared tin monkey made a bound for the little red railroad train. The painted duck went quack, 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 but the railroad train just whistled back, till the elephant saw what the racket meant, and packed his trunk, and away he went. The little toy sheep in the corner there was bleating long and loud, but the parrot said, hush, and pulled his hair, and he galloped off with the crowd. And the tin horn blew, and the toy drum beat, but away they went down the frightened street, till they all caught up with the railroad train, and they never went back to their homes again. The blue policeman and all the boys went racing away, away, for a big reward for the runaway toys was cried in the streets that day. But they kept right on round the world so wide, while the little boy stood on the steps and cried. Where did they go to, and what did they do? Bored a hole to China and dropped through? End of the Runaway Toys.
Section 8 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Tim Flanagan's Mistake by Wallace Bruce Amsbury. Dat Irishman named Flanagan, he's often joke wid me. He leave he now most 20 year, ver close to Kankakee. I always look for chance to gat, and even op wid him, but he's too smart exception once, dis Irishman named Tim. One Sunday time I'm walking out, I meet Tim on de knoll. We both are having a promenade, and make a little stroll. We look down from de top of hill, on de river's edge. Is what you call a heifer calf, he stand dere by de hedge. Dat calf stand still and wag his tail, on ease on den was side. On den he wag it to de sout, for whip flies off his hide. I say to Tim, dat heifer calf, dat stand so quiet still, you cannot push him on de stream, he says, by gosh, I will. And den he grin and smile out loud, he fall upon de ground. And den he laugh once more again, and roll de place around. He say 'twill be a ver good joke upon dat heifer calf. And once more he start upright, quick, and make de big horse laugh. Says Tim, you watch me now, my friend, I'll give de cat one scare. I will roll down push him quick on Kankakee River. And he laugh out a big lot more, dan he throw off his hat, and start downhill to Forty Gate, he fly as swift as bat. Dat calf he stand and wag his tail, for 'bout 2-3 time more, when Tim come runnin' down de hill, she move 2 yard down shore. But Tim now come like cannonball, he can't turn right nor left, he miss de calf and den by gosh, fall on river himself. Dose Sunday clothes dat Tim had on, he wet dem true and true. He when he pick himself up slow, and walk him out de slough. He says, dat's good I make a laugh, before I take dat fall. I laugh not den, I have no phone out of dis ting at all. End of Tim Flanagan's Mistake. Recording by Ginger Kukalo.
Section 9 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Millionaires by Max Adler. It had always been one of the luxuries of the Grimeses to consider what they would do if they were rich. Many a time George and his wife, sitting together of a summer evening upon the porch of their own pretty house in Susanville, had looked at the long unoccupied country seat of General Jenkins just across the way, and wished they had enough money to buy the place and give it to the village for a park. Mrs. Grimes often said that if she had $1 million, the very first thing she would do would be to purchase the Jenkins place. George's idea was to tear down the fences, throw everything open, and to dedicate the grounds to the public. Mrs. Grimes wanted to put a great free library in the house, and to have a club for poor working women in the second-floor rooms. George estimated that $100,000 would be enough to carry out their plans. Say $50,000 for purchase money, and then 50 more invested at 6% to maintain the place. But if we had $1 million, said George, I think I should give 150,000 to the enterprise, and do the thing right. There would always be repairs and new books to buy, and matters of that kind." But this was not the only benevolent dream of these kind-hearted people. They liked to think of the joy that would fill the heart of that poor struggling pastor, Mr. Borrow, if they could tell him that they would pay the whole debt of the Presbyterian Church, $6,000. "And I would have his salary increased, George," said Mrs. Grimes. "It is shameful to compel that poor man to live on $1,000. "Outrageous," said George. "I would guarantee him another 1,000, and maybe more, but we should have to do it quietly for fear of wounding him." "That mortgage on the Methodist Church," said Mrs. Grimes. "Imagine the happiness of those poor people in having it lifted, and so easy to do, too, if we had $1,000,000. "Certainly, and I would give the Baptists a handsome pipe organ instead of that wheezing melodeon. Dreadful, isn't it?" "You can get a fine organ for $2,000, said Mrs. Grimes. "Yes, of course, but I wouldn't be mean about it, not mean on $1,000,000. Let them have a really good organ, say for 3,000 or 3,500, and then build them a parsonage, too." "The fact is," said Mrs. Grimes, "that people like us really ought to have large wealth, for we know how to use it rightly." "I often think of that," answered George. "If I know my own soul, I long to do good. It makes my heart bleed to see the misery about us, misery I am absolutely unable to relieve. I am sure that if I really had $1,000,000, I should not want to squander it on mere selfish pleasure, nor would you. The greatest happiness anyone can have is in making others happy, and it is a wonder to me that our rich people don't see this. Think of old General Jenkins and his $20,000,000, and what we would do for our neighbors with a mere fraction of that." "For we really want nothing much for ourselves," said Mrs. Grimes. "We are entirely satisfied with what we have in this lovely little home, and with your $2,000 salary from the bank." "Almost entirely," said George. "There are some few little things we might add in, just a few, but with $1,000,000 we could easily get them and more, and have such enormous amounts of money left." "Almost the first thing I would do," said Mrs. Grimes, "would be to settle a comfortable living for life on poor Isaac Wickersham. That man, George, crippled as he is, lives on next to nothing. I don't believe he has $200 a year." "Well, we could give him 1,200 and not miss it, and then give the same sum to Widow Clausen. She can barely keep alive." "And there's another thing I'd do," said Mrs. Grimes. "If we kept a carriage, I would never ride up alone from the station or for pleasure. I would always find some poor or infirm person to go with me. How people can be so mean about their horses and carriages as some rich people are is beyond my comprehension." It is a delightful pastime, expending in imagination large sums of money that you haven't got. You need not regard considerations of prudence. You can give free rein to your feelings and bestow your bounty with reckless profusion. You obtain almost all the pleasure of large giving without any cost. You feel nearly as happy as if you were actually doing the good deeds which are the children of your fancy. George Grimes and his wife had considered so often the benevolences they would like to undertake if they had $1,000,000, that they could have named them all at a moment's notice without referring to a memorandum. Nearly everybody has engaged in this pastime, but the Grimeses were to have the singular experience of the power to make their dream a reality placed in their hands. For one day George came flying home from the bank with a letter from the executors of General Jenkins, who died suddenly in Mexico a week or two before, announcing that the general had left $1,000,000 and the country seat in Susanville to George Grimes. "And to think, Mary Jane," said George, when the first delirium of their joy had passed, "the dear old man was kind enough to say, here, let me read it to you again from the quotation from the will in the letter. 'I make this bequest because, from repeated conversations with the said George Grimes, I know that he will use it aright.' So you see, dear, it was worth while, wasn't it, to express our benevolent wishes sometimes when we spoke of the needs of those who are round us?" "Yes, and the general's kind remark makes this a sacred trust, which we are to administer for him." "We are only his stewards." "Stewards for his bounty." "So that we must try to do exactly what we think he would have liked us to do," said George. "Nothing else, dear?" "Why, of course, we are to have some discretion, some margin, and besides, nobody possibly could guess precisely what he would have us do." "But now, at any rate, George, we have realized fully one of our longing desires to give to the people the lovely park and library." George seemed thoughtful. "I think, Mary Jane," he said, "I would not act precipitately about that. Let us reflect upon that matter. It might seem unkind to the memory of the general just to give away his gift almost before we get it." They looked at each other, and Mrs. Grimes said, "Of course, there is no hurry, and we are really a little cramped in this house. The nursery is much too small for the children, and there is not a decent fruit tree in our garden." "The thing can just stay open until we have time to consider." "But I am so glad for dear old Isaac. We can take care of him anyhow, and Mrs. Clausen too." "To be sure," said George. "The obligation is sacred. Let me see. How much was it that we thought Isaac ought to have?" "1,200 a year." Murmured George. "And he has 200 now, an increase of 500%. I'm afraid it will turn the old man's head. However, I wouldn't exactly promise anything for a few days yet." "Many a man in his station in life is happy upon 1,000. 1,000? Why, my dear, there is not a man of his class in town that makes 600.
"George."
"Well?"
"We must keep horses, and there is no room to build a stable in this place."
"No."
"Could we live here and keep the horses in the general stables across the way, even if the place were turned into a park?"
"That is worth thinking of."
"And, George."
"Well, dear?"
"It's a hard thing to confess, but do you know, George, I've felt myself getting meaner and stingier and stingier ever since you brought the good news."
George tried to smile, but the effort was unsuccessful. He looked half vexed and half ashamed. "Oh, I wouldn't put it just that way," he said. "The news is so exciting that we hardly know at once how to adjust ourselves to it. We are simply prudent. It would be folly to plunge ahead without any caution at all. And how much did you say the debt of the Presbyterian Church is?"
6,000, I think.
A good deal for a little church like that to owe. Yes, but you didn't promise anything, Mary Jane, did you, to Mrs. Barrow? No, for I had nothing to promise, but I did tell her on Sunday that I would help them liberally if I could. They will base large expectations on that, sure. I wish you hadn't said it just that way. Of course, we are bound to help them, but I should like to have a perfectly free hand in doing it. There was silence for a moment, while both looked through the window at the General's place over the way. Beautiful, isn't it? Asked Mrs. Grimes. Lovely. That little annex on the side would make a snug den for me. And imagine the prospect from that south bedroom window. You would enjoy every look at it. George? What? George, dear, tell me frankly. Do you really feel in your heart as generous as you did yesterday? Now, my dear, why press that matter? Call it meaner or narrower or what you will. Maybe I am a little more so than I was, but there is nothing to be ashamed of. It is the conservative instinct asserting itself, the very same faculty in man that holds society together. I will be liberal enough when the time comes, never fear. I am not going to disregard what one may call the pledges of a lifetime. We will treat everybody right, the Presbyterian Church and Mr. Barrow included. His salary is 1,000, I think you said. Yes. Well, I am willing to make it 1,500 right now, if you are. We said, you remember, it ought to be 2,000. Who said so? You did, on the porch here the other evening. I never said so. There isn't a preacher around here gets that much. The Episcopalians, with their rich people, only give 1,800. And a house. Very well, the Presbyterians can build a house if they want to. You consent, then, to pledge 500 more to the minister's salary? I said I would if you would, but my advice is just to let the matter go over until tomorrow or next day, when the whole thing can be considered. Very well, but, George, $60,000 is a great deal of money, and we certainly can afford to be liberal with it for the general's sake as well as for our own. Everything depends on how you look at it. In one way, the sum is large. In another way, it isn't. General Jenkins had just 20 times 60,000. Tremendous, isn't it? He might just as well have left us another million. He is in heaven and wouldn't miss it. Then we could have some of our plans more fully carried out. I hate to be thought covetous, answered Mrs. Grimes, but I do wish he had put on that other million. The next day, Mr. Grimes, while sitting with his wife after supper, took a memorandum from his pocket and said, I've been jotting down some figures, Mary Jane, just to see how we will come out with our income of $60,000. Well, if we give the place across the street for a park and a library and $100,000 with which to run it, we shall have just $900,000 left. Yes. We shall want horses, say a carriage pair, and a horse for the station wagon. Then I must have a saddle horse, and there must be a pony for the children. I thought also you might as well have a gentle pair for your own driving. That makes 6. Then there will have to be, say, 3 stablemen. Now my notion is that we shall put up a larger house further uptown with all the necessary stabling, count the cost of the house and suitable appointments, and add in the 4 months' trip to Europe, which we decided yesterday to take next summer. And how much of that 54,000 do you think we shall have left at the end of the year? But why build the house from our income? Mary Jane, I want to start out with the fixed idea that we will not cut into our principal. Well, how much will we have over? Not a dollar. The outlay for the year will approximate $56,000. Large, isn't it? And yet I don't see how we can reduce it if we are to live as people in our circumstances might reasonably be expected to live. We must cut off something. That is what I think. If we give the park and the library building to the town, why not let the town pay the cost of caring for them? Then we could save the interest on that other 100,000. Exactly. And nobody will suffer. The gift of the property alone is magnificent. Who is going to complain of us? We will decide now to give the real estate and then stop. 2 days later, Mr. Grimes came home early from the bank with a letter in his hand. He looked white, and for a moment after entering his wife's room, he could hardly command utterance. "I have some bad news for you, dear. Terrible news," he said, almost falling into a chair. The thought flashed through Mrs. Grimes' mind that the General had made a later will, which had been found and which revoked the bequest to George. She could hardly whisper, "What is it?" "The executors write to me that the $1,000,000 left to me by the General draws only about 4% interest." "George!" "4%. $40,000 instead of $60,000. What a frightful loss! $20,000 a year gone at one breath." "Are you sure, George?" "Sure. Here is the letter. Read it yourself. 1/3 of our fortune swept away before we have a chance to touch it." "I think it was very unkind of the General to turn the 4% over to us while somebody else gets the 6%. How could he do such a thing? And you such an old friend, too." "Mary Jane, that man always had a mean streak in him. I've said so to myself many a time. But anyhow, this frightful loss settles one thing. We can't afford to give that property across the street to the town. We must move over there to live, and even then, with the huge expense of keeping such a place in order, we shall have to watch things narrowly to make ends meet." "And you never were good at retrenching, George." "But we've got to retrench. Every superfluous expenditure must be cut off. As for the park and free library, that seems wild now, doesn't it? I don't regret abandoning the scheme. The people of this town never did appreciate public spirit or generosity, did they?" "Never." "I'm very sorry you spoke to Mrs. Barrow about helping their church. Do you think she remembers it?" "She met me today and said they were expecting something handsome." Mr. Grimes laughed bitterly. "That's always the way with those people. They are the worst beggars. When a lot of folks get together and start a church, it is almost indecent for them to come running around to ask other folks to support it. I have half a notion not to give them a cent." "Not even for Mr. Barrow's salary?" "Certainly not. Half the clergymen in the United States get less than $1,000 a year. Why can't he do as the rest do? Am I to be called upon to support a lot of poor preachers? A good deal of nerve is required, I think, to ask such a thing of me." 2 weeks afterward, Mr. Grimes and his wife sat together again on the porch in the cool of the evening. "Now," said Mr. Grimes, "let us together go over these charities we were talking about and be done with them. Let us start with the tough fact staring us in the face that with $1,000,000 at 4%, and all our new and necessary expenses, we shall have to look sharp, or I'll be borrowing money to live on in less than 8 months." "Well," said Mrs. Grimes, "what shall we cut out? Would you give up the Baptist organ that we used to talk about?" "Mary Jane, it is really surprising how you let such things as that stay in your mind. I considered that organ scheme abandoned long ago." "Is it worth while, do you think, to do anything with the Methodist Church mortgage?" "How much is it?" $3,000, I think. "Yes, 3,000 from 40,000 leaves us only 37,000. Then if we do it for the Methodists, we shall have to do it for the Lutherans and the Presbyterians and swarms of churches all around the country. We can't make flesh of one and fowl of another. It will be safer to treat them all alike, and more just, too. I think we ought to try to be just with them, don't you, Mary Jane?" "And Mr. Borrow's salary?" "Ha, yes. That is $1,000, isn't it? It does seem but a trifle. But they have no children, and they have themselves completely adjusted to it. And suppose we should raise it 1 year and die next year. He would feel worse than if he just went along in the old way. When a man is fully adjusted to a thing, it is the part of prudence, it seems to me, just to let him alone." "I wish we could." "Oh, well, if you want to, but I propose that we don't make them the offer until next year or the year after. We shall have our matters arranged better by that time."
"And how about Isaac Wickersham?"
"Have you seen him lately?"
2 or 3 days ago."
"Did he seem discontented or unhappy?"
"No."
"You promised to help him."
"What I said was, 'We're going to do something for you, Isaac.'"
"Something? That commits us to nothing in particular. Was it your idea, Mary Jane, to make him an allowance?"
"Yes."
"There you cut into our insufficient income again. I don't see how we can afford it with all these expenses heaping up on us, really I don't."
"But we must give him something. I promised it."
George thought a moment and then said, "This is the end of September, and I shan't want this straw hat that I've been wearing all summer. Suppose you give him that. A good straw hat is something."
"You remember Mrs. Clausen, George?"
"Have we got to load up with her, too?"
"Let me explain. You recall that I told her I would try to make her comfortable, and when I found that our circumstances were going to be really straitened, I sent her my red flannel petticoat with my love, for I know she can be comfortable in that."
"Of course she can."
"So this afternoon, when I came up from the city, she got out of the train with me, and I felt so half ashamed of the gift that I pretended not to see her, and hurried out to the carriage and drove quickly up the hill. She is afraid of horses, anyhow."
"Always was," said George.
"But, George, I don't feel quite right about it yet. The gift of a petticoat is rather stingy, isn't it?"
"No, I don't think so."
"And, George, to be perfectly honest with ourselves now, don't you think we are a little bit meaner than we were, say, last June?"
George cleared his throat and hesitated, and then he said, "I admit nothing, except that the only people who are fit to have money are the people who know how to take care of it." End of The Millionaires. Recording by Bill Moseley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Section 10 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Polite Parents by Carolyn Wells. Sedate Mamma. When guests were present, dear little Mabel climbed right up on the dinner table, and naughtily stood upon her head. "I wouldn't do that, dear," Mamma said. Merry Moses. Merry, funny little Moses burnt off both his brothers' noses, and it made them look so queer. Mamma said, "Why, Moses dear." Johnny's Fun. Johnny climbed up on the bed and hammered nails in Mamma's head. Though the child was much elated, Mamma felt quite irritated. A Merry Game. Betty and Belinda Ames had the pleasantest of games. 'Twas to hide from one another Marmaduke, their baby brother. Once Belinda, little love, hid the baby in the stove. Such a joke, for little Bet hasn't found the baby yet. Tom and Grandpa. From his toes up to his shins, Tom stuck Grandpa full of pins. Although Tom the fun enjoyed, Grandpapa was quite annoyed. Baby's Looks. Bobby with the nursery shears cut off both the baby's ears. At the baby so unsightly, Mamma raised her eyebrows slightly. Jeanette's Pranks. One night Jeanette, a roguish little lass, sneaked in the guest room and turned on the gas. When morning dawned the guest was dead in bed, but children will be children, Mamma said. End of Our Polite Parents. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman.
Section 11 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Ballad of Ping Pong by Alden Charles Noble. She wears a rosebud in her hair, to mock me as it tosses free. Were I more wise and she less fair, I fear that I should never be a victim to such witchery. For at her wiles and lovely arts, I'm fain to laugh with her, while she plays ping pong with my heart of hearts. The play's the thing. I wonder where, what courtier with what courtesy, first played it, with what lady fair, to music of what minstrelsy. I wonder did he seem to see such eyes wherein a sunbeam starts, and did he love, as I, while she played ping pong with his heart of hearts. For battledore they called it, there, in courts of gilded chivalry. No gallant ever lived to dare to doubt its airy potency. But now, all that the pageantry of those dead emperors departs, I dream that she in memory plays ping pong with my heart of hearts. L'Envoi. Ah, maiden, I must sail a sea whereof there are no maps or charts. Wilt thou sail too, and there with me play ping pong with my heart of hearts? End of A Ballad of Ping Pong.
Section 12 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vin Fizz. Budge and Toddy by John Haberton. My Sunday dinner was unexceptional in point of quantity and quality, and a bottle of my brother-in-law's claret proved to be most excellent, yet a certain uneasiness of mind prevented my enjoying the meal as thoroughly as under other circumstances I might have done. My uneasiness came of a mingled sense of responsibility and ignorance. I felt that it was the proper thing for me to see that my nephews spent the day with some sense of the requirements and duties of the Sabbath, but how I was to bring it about I hardly knew. The boys were too small to have Bible lessons administered to them, and they were too lively to be kept quiet by any ordinary means. After a great deal of thought, I determined to consult the children themselves, and try to learn what their parents' custom had been. "Budge," said I, "what do you do Sundays when your papa and mamma are home? What do they read to you? What do they talk about?" "Oh, they swing us lots," said Budge, with brightening eyes. "And they takes us to get jacks," observed Toddy. "Oh, yes," exclaimed Budge. "Jacks in the pulpit, don't you know?" Yes, I do remember some such thing in my youthful days. They grow where there's plenty of mud, don't they?" "Yes, and there's a brook there, and ferns and birch bark, and if you don't look out you'll tumble into the brook when you go to get birch." "And when we goes to Hawk's Nest Rock," piped Toddy, "and Papa carries us up on his back when we gets tired. And he makes us whistles," said Budge. "Budge," said I, rather hastily, "enough. In the language of the poet, 'These earthly pleasures I resign.' And I'm rather astonished that your papa hasn't taught you to do likewise. Don't he ever read to you?" "Oh, yes," cried Budge, clapping his hands as a happy thought struck him. "He gets down the Bible, the great big Bible, you know, and we all lay on the floor, and he reads us stories out of it. There's David and Noah, and when Christ was a little boy, and Joseph, and Turn Back Pharaoh's Army, Hallelujah." "And what?" "Turn Back Pharaoh's Army, Hallelujah," repeated Budge. "Don't you know how Moses held out his cane over the Red Sea, and the water went way up one side and way up the other side, and all the Israelites went across? It's just the same thing as drown old Pharaoh's Army, Hallelujah, don't you know?" "Budge," said I suspect you of having heard the Jubilee Singers." "Oh, and Papa and Mama sings us all those Jubilee songs. There's Swing Low, and Roll Jordan, and Steal Away, and My Way's Cloudy, and Get on Board, Chillins, and lots. And you can sing us every one of them." And Papa takes us in the woods and makes us canes," said Toddy. "Yes," said Budge, "and where there's new houses built, and he takes us up ladders." "Has he any way of putting an extension on the afternoon?" I asked. "I don't know what that is," said Budge, "but he puts an India rubber blanket on the grass, and then we all lie down and make believe we're soldiers asleep. Only sometimes when we wake up, Papa stays asleep, and Mama won't let us wake him. I don't think that's very nice play." "Well, I think Bible stories are nicer than anything else, don't you?" Budge seemed somewhat in doubt. "I think swinging is nicer," said he. Oh, no, let's get some jacks. I'll tell you what, make us whistles, and we can blow on 'em when we're going to get the jacks. Toddy, dear, wouldn't you like jacks and whistles?" "Yes, and swinging and birch, and wants to go to Hawk's Nest Rock," answered Toddy. "Let's have Bible stories first," said I. "The Lord mightn't like it if you didn't learn anything good today." "Well," said Budge, with the regulation religious matter of duty face, "let's. I guess I like about Joseph best." "Tell us about Goliath," suggested Toddy. "Oh, no, Todd," remonstrated Budge. "Joseph's coat was just as bloody as Goliath's head was." Then Budge turned to me and explained that all Todd likes Goliath for is 'cause when his head was cut off and it was all bloody. And then Toddy, the airy sprite whom his mother described as being irresistibly drawn to whatever was beautiful, Toddy glared upon me as a butcher's apprentice might stare at a doomed lamb, and remarked, "Goliath's head was all bluggy, and David's sword was all bluggy. Bluggy is everything." I hastily breathed a small prayer, opened the Bible, turned to the story of Joseph, and audibly condensed it as I read. Joseph was a good little boy whose papa loved him very dearly, but his brothers didn't like him, and they sold him to go to Egypt. And he was very smart and told the people what their dreams meant, and he got to be a great man. And his brothers went to Egypt to buy corn, and Joseph sold them some, and then he let them know who he was, and he sent them home to bring their papa to Egypt, and then they all lived there together. "That's ain't it," remarked Toddy, with the air of a man who felt himself to be unjustly treated. "Is it, Budge?" "Oh, no," said Budge. "You didn't read it a good bit. I'll tell you how it is. Once there was a little boy named Joseph, and he had 11 brothers, and they was awful 11 brothers, and his papa gave him a new coat, and his brothers hadn't nothing but their old jackets to wear, and one day he was carrying them their dinner, and they put him in a deep dark hole, but they didn't put his nice new coat in. They killed a kid and dipped the coat. Just think of doing that to a nice new coat. They dipped it in the kid's blood and made it all bloody." "All bluggy," echoed Toddy with ferocious emphasis. Budge continued. But there were some Ishmaelites coming along that way, and the awful 11 brothers took him out of the deep, dark cold and sold him to the Ishmaelites, and they sold him way down in Egypt. And his poor old papa cried and cried because he thought a big lion ate Joseph up, but he wasn't ate up a bit. But there wasn't no post office, nor choo-choos, nor stages in Egypt, and there wasn't any telegraphs, so Joseph couldn't let his papa know where he was. And he got so smart and so good that the king of Egypt let him sell all the corn and take care of the money. And one day some men came to buy some corn, and Joseph looked at them, and there they was, his own brothers. And he scared them like everything. I'd have slapped them all if I'd been Joseph, but he just scared them, and then he let them know who he was, and he kissed them, and he didn't whip them or make them go without their breakfast or stand in a corner or none of them things, and then he sent them back for their papa. And when he saw his papa coming, he ran like everything and gave him a great big hug and a kiss. Joseph was too big to ask his papa if he'd brought him any candy, but he was awful glad to see him. And the king gave Joseph's papa a nice farm, and they all had real good times after that. And they did the coat in the blood and made it all bluggy, reiterated Toddy. Uncle Harry, said Budge, what do you think my papa would do if he thought I was all ate up by a lion? I guess he'd cry awful, don't you? Now tell us another story. Oh, I'll tell you. Read us about Blythe, interrupted Toddy. You tell me about him, Toddy, said I. Why, said Toddy, Blythe was a great big man, and Dave was a great little man, and Blythe said, come over here and I'll eat you up, and Dave said, I ain't afraid of you. So Dave put 5 little stones in a sling and asked the Lord to help him, and let the sling go bang into between Blythe's eyes and knocked him down dead. And Dave took Blythe's sword and sorted Blythe's head off and made it all bluggy, and Blythe runned away. This short narration was accompanied by more spirited and unexpected gestures than Mr. Goff ever put into a long lecture. I don't like about Goliath at all, remarked Budge. I'd like to hear about Ferris. Who? Ferris. Don't you know him? Never heard of him, Budge. Why, exclaimed Budge, didn't you have no papa when you was a little boy? Yes, but he never told me about anyone named Ferris. There's no such person named in Anthon's classical dictionary either. What sort of a man was he? Why, once there was a man, and his name was Ferris. Ferris, and he went about fighting for kings, and when any king got afraid of anybody, he wouldn't fight for him no more, and one day he couldn't find no kings that wasn't afraid of nobody, and the people told him the Lord was the biggest king in the world, and he wasn't afraid of nobody or nothing, and he asked them where he could find the Lord, and they said he was way up in heaven, so nobody could see him but the angels, but he liked folks to work for him instead of fight. So Ferris wanted to know what kind of work he could do, and the people said there was a river not far off where there wasn't no ferry boats, 'cause the river runs so fast, and they guessed if he'd carry folks across, the Lord would like it. So Ferris went there, and he cut him a good strong cane, and whenever anybody wanted to go across the river, he'd carry him on his back. One night he was sitting in his little house by the fire and smoking his pipe and reading the paper, and it was raining and blowing and hailing and storming, and he was so glad there wasn't anybody wanting to go across the river when he heard somebody call one, Ferris, and he looked out the window, but he couldn't see nobody, so he sat down, and somebody called Ferris again, and he opened the door again, and there was a little bit of a boy about as big as Toddy, and Ferris said, Hello, young fellow, does your mother know you're out? And the little boy said, I want to go across the river. Well, says Ferris, you're a mighty little fellow to be traveling alone, but hop up. So the little boy jumped up on Ferris's back, and Ferris walked into the water. Oh, my, wasn't it cold? And every step he took, that little boy got heavier. So Ferris nearly tumbled down, and they liked to both get drowned. And when they got across the river, Ferris said, Well, you are the heaviest small fry I ever carried. And he turned around to look at him, and 'twasn't no little boy at all. 'Twas a big man. 'Twas Christ. And Christ said, Ferris, I heard you was trying to work for me, so I thought I'd come down and see you and not let you know who I was, and now you shall have a new name, and you shall be called Christophorus, 'cause that meant Christ carrier. And everybody called him Christophorus after that, and when he died, they all called him Saint Christopher, 'cause saint is what they called good people when they're dead. Budge himself had the face of a rapt saint as he told this story, but my contemplation of his countenance was suddenly arrested by Toddy, who, disapproving of the unexciting nature of his brother's recital, had strayed into the garden, investigated a hornet's nest, been stung, and set up a piercing shriek. He ran into me, and as I hastily picked him up, he sobbed, "Want to be walked one Toddy one boy day." I rocked him violently and petted him tenderly, but again he sobbed, "One Toddy one boy day." "What does the child mean?" I exclaimed. "He wants you to sing him about Charlie boy one day," said Budge. "He always wants Mama to sing that when he's hurt, and then he stops crying." "I don't know it," said I. "Won't Roll Jordan do, Toddy?" "I'll tell you how it goes," said Budge, and forthwith the youth sang the following song, a line at a time, I following him in words and air. "Where is my little bastic gone?" said Charlie boy one day. "I guess some little boy or girl has taken it away. And Kitty, too, where is she gone? Oh, dear, what shall I do? I wish I could my bastic find, and little Kitty, too. I'll go to Mamma's room and look, perhaps she may be there, for Kitty likes to take a nap in Mamma's easy chair. Oh, Mamma, Mamma, come and look, see what a little heap. Here's Kitty in the bastic there, and cuddled down to sleep." Where the applicability of this poem to my nephew's peculiar trouble appeared, I could not see, but as I finished it, his sobs gave place to a sigh of relief. "Toddy," said I, "do you love your Uncle Harry?" "Yes, I do love you." "Then tell me how that ridiculous song comforts you." "Makes me feel good and all nicey," replied Toddy. "Wouldn't you feel just as good if I sang Plunged in a Gulf of Dark Despair?" "No, I don't like dark despairs. If a dark despair done anything to me, I'd knock it right down dead." With this extremely lucid remark, our conversation on this particular subject ended, but I wondered, during a few uneasy moments, whether the temporary mental aberration which had once afflicted Helen's grandfather and mine was not reappearing in this, his youngest descendant. My wondering was cut short by Budge, who remarked in a confident tone, "Now, Uncle Harry, we'll have the whistles, I guess." I acted upon the suggestion and led the way to the woods. I had not had occasion to seek a hickory sapling before for years, not since the war. In fact, when I learned how hot a fire small hickory sticks would make, I had not sought wood for whistles since, gracious, nearly a quarter of a century ago. The dissimilar associations called up by these recollections threatened to put me in a frame of mind which might have resulted in a bad poem, had not my nephews kept up a lively succession of questions, such as no one but children can ask. The whistles completed, I was marched with music to the place where the jacks grew. It was just such a place as boys instinctively delight in, low, damp, and boggy, with a brook hiding treacherously away under overhanging ferns and grasses. The children knew by sight the plant which bore the jacks, and every discovery was announced by a piercing shriek of delight. At first I looked hurriedly towards the brook as each yell clove the air, but as I became accustomed to it, my attention was diverted by some exquisite ferns. Suddenly, however, a succession of shrieks announced that something was wrong, and across a large fern I saw a small face in a great deal of agony. Budge was hurrying to the relief of his brother, and was soon as deeply embedded as Toddy was in the rich black mud at the bottom of the brook. I dashed to the rescue, stood astride the brook, and offered a hand to each boy, when a treacherous tuft of grass gave way, and with a glorious splash I went in myself. This accident turned Toddy's sorrow to laughter, but I can't say I made light of my misfortune on that account. To fall into clean water is not pleasant, even when one is trout fishing, but to be clad in white pants and suddenly drop nearly knee-deep in the lap of Mother Earth is quite a different thing. I hastily picked up the children and threw them upon the bank, and then wrathfully strode out myself and tried to shake myself as I have seen a Newfoundland dog do. The shake was not a success. It caused my trouser leg to flap dismally about my ankles, and sent the streams of loathsome ooze trickling down into my shoes. My hat, of drab felt, had fallen off by the brookside and been plentifully splattered as I got out. I looked at my youngest nephew with speechless indignation. "Uncle Harry," said Budge, "'twas real good of the Lord to let you be with us, else Toddy might have been drownded." "Yes," said I, "and I shouldn't have much—" "Ocken Hawy," cried Toddy, running impetuously toward me, pulling me down and patting my cheek with his muddy black hand. "I loves you for taking me out to the water." "I accept your apology," said I, "but let's hurry home." There was but one residence to pass, and that, thank fortune, was so densely screened by shrubbery that the inmates could not see the road. To be sure, we were on a favorite driving road, but we could reach home in 5 minutes, and we might dodge into the woods if we heard a carriage coming. Ah, there came a carriage already, and was there ever a sorrier-looking group? There were ladies in the carriage, too. Could it be? Of course it was. Did the evil spirit which guided these children always send an attendant for Miss Mayton before he began operations? There she was, anyway, cool, neat, dainty, trying to look collected, but severely flushed by the attempt. It was of no use to drop my eyes, for she had already recognized me, so I turned to her face, which I think must have been just the one, unless more defiant, that I carried into 2 or 3 cavalry charges. "You seem to be having a real good time together," said she, with a conventional smile as the carriage passed. "Remember, you're all going to call on me tomorrow afternoon." End of Budge and Toddy. Recording by Vin Fizz.
Section 13 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Reflective Retrospect by John G. Sachs. 'Tis 20 years, and something more, since, all athirst for useful knowledge, I took some draughts of classic lore, drawn very mild, at Blankard College. Yet I remember all that one could wish to hold in recollection: the boys, the joys, the noise, the fun, but not a single conic section. I recollect those harsh affairs, the morning bells that gave us panics. I recollect the formal prayers, that seemed like lessons in mechanics. I recollect the drowsy way in which the students listened to them, as clearly, in my wig, to-day, as when, a boy, I slumbered through them. I recollect the tutors all, as freshly now, if I may say so, as any chapter I recall, in Homer or Ovidius Naso. I recollect, extremely well, old Hugh, the mildest of fanatics. I well remember Matthew Bell, but very faintly, mathematics. I recollect the prizes paid, for lessons fathomed to the bottom. Alas that pencil marks should fade! I recollect the chaps who got 'em, the light equestrians who soared, o'er every passage reckoned stony, and took the chalks, but never scored a single honor to the pony. Ah me, what changes time has wrought! How predictions have miscarried! A few have reached the goal they sought, and some are dead, and some are married, and some in city journals war, and some as politicians bicker, and some are pleading at the bar, for jury verdicts, or for liquor. And some on trade and commerce wait, and some in schools with dunces battle, and some the gospel propagate, and some the choicest breeds of cattle, and some are living at their ease, and some were wrecked in the revulsion, some serve the state for handsome fees, and one, I hear, upon compulsion. Lamont, who, in his college days, thought e'en across a moral scandal, has left his puritanic ways, and worships now with bell and candle; and man, who mourned the negro's fate, and held the slave as most unlucky, now holds him, at the market rate, on a plantation in Kentucky. Tom Knox, who swore in such a tone, it fairly might be doubted whether it really was himself alone, or Knox and Erebus together, has grown a very altered man, and, changing oaths for mild entreaty, now recommends the Christian plan to savages in Otaheite. Alas for young ambition's vow, how envious fate may overthrow it! Poor Harvey is in Congress now, who struggled long to be a poet. Smith carves, quite well, memorial stones, who tried in vain to make the law go. Hall deals in hides, and Pius Jones, is dealing faro in Chicago. And, sadder still, the brilliant Hayes, once honest, manly, and ambitious, has taken latterly two ways, extremely profligate and vicious. By slow degrees, I can't tell how, he reached at last the very groundsel, and in New York he figures now, a member of the Common Council. End of A Reflective Retrospect.
Section 14 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Hello! By Sam Walter Foss. When you see a man in woe, walk right up and say, hello! Say, hello, and how'd ye do? How's the world a-using you? Slap the fellow on his back, bring your hand down with a whack. Waltz right up, and don't go slow. Grin and shake, and say, hello! Is he clothed in rags? Oh, show! Walk right up and say, hello! Rags is but a cotton roll, jest for wrapping up a soul, and a soul is worth a true. Hail and hearty, how'd ye do? Don't wait for the crowd to go. Walk right up and say, hello! When big vessels meet, they say, they salute and sail away. Just the same are you and me, lonesome ships upon a sea, each one sailing his own jog for a port beyond the fog. Let your speaking trumpet blow, lift your horn and cry, hello! Say hello and how'd ye do? Other folks are good as you. When you leave your house of clay, wandering in the far away, when you travel through the strange country t'other side the range, then the souls you've cheered will know who you be and say hello. End of Hello. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Section 15 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. The Warrior by Eugene Field. Under the window is a man, playing an organ all the day, grinding as only a cripple can, in a moody, vague, uncertain way. His coat is blue, and upon his face is a look of high-born restless pride. There is somewhat about him of martial grace, and an empty sleeve hangs at his side. Tell me, warrior bold and true, in what carnage, night or day, came the merciless shot to you, bearing your good right arm away? Fire dies out in the patriot's eye, changed my warrior's tone and mien. Choked by emotion, he makes reply, Kansas, harvest, threshing machine. End of The Warrior. Recording by Ginger Kukalo.
Section 16 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Tale of the Tangled Telegram by Wilbur D. Nesbit. James Trottingham Minton had a cousin who lived in St. Louis. Cousin Mary. Lucy Putnam discovered by a process of elimination, was the one topic on which the reticent Mr. Minton could become talkative. Mary was his ideal, almost. Let a girl broach the weather, he grew halt of speech. Should she bring up literature, his replies were almost inane. Let her seek to show that she kept abreast of the times and talk of politics, then Jimmy seemed to harbor a great fear in his own soul. But give him the chance to make a few remarks about his cousin Mary, and he approached eloquence. For this reason, Lucy Putnam was wise enough to ask him something about Mary every so often. Now the question arises, why should Lucy Putnam, or any other girl, take any interest in a man who was so thoroughly bashful that his trembling efforts to converse made the light quivering aspen look like a 10-ton obelisk for calmness? The reason was, and is, that woman has the same eye for babies and men. The more helpless these objects, the more interested are the women. The man who makes the highest appeal to a woman is he whose tongue cleaves to the roof of his mouth, and who does not know what to do with his hands in her presence. She must be a princess, he a slave. Each knows this premise is unsupported by facts, yet it is a joyous fiction while it lasts. James Trottingham Minton was not a whit bashful when with men. No. He called on Mr. Putnam in his office, and with the calmness of an agent collecting rent, asked him for the hand of his daughter. "Why, Jimmy," Mr. Putnam said good-naturedly, "of course I haven't any objections to make. Seems to me that's a matter to be settled between you and Lucy." Jimmy smiled confidently. "I suppose you're right, Mr. Putnam, but you see, I've never had the nerve to say anything about it to her." "Tut, tut, nothing to be scared of, nothing at all. What's the matter with you, young man? In my day, if a fellow wanted to marry a girl, he wouldn't go and tell her father. He'd marry her first, and then ask the old man where they should live." Mr. Putnam chuckled heavily. Mr. Putnam was possessed of a striking fund of reminiscences of how young men used to do. "Of course, Mr. Putnam," Jimmy said, "but the girls nowadays are different, and Not a bit of it. No, sir, women haven't changed since Eve's time. You mustn't get woman mixed up with dry goods stores, Jimmy. Don't you know there's lots of fellows nowadays that fall in love with the fall styles? Ha, ha!" It was not all clear to Minton, but he laughed dutifully. His was a diplomatic errand, and the half of diplomacy is making the victim think you are in agreement with him. "Yes, sir," Putnam chuckled on. "I'll bet that silk and ruffles and pink shades over the lamp have caused more proposals than all the dimples and bright eyes in the world. Eh, Jimmy? But you haven't proposed yet." "I did. You gave your consent." "But you're not going to marry me. You want Lucy. You'll have to speak to her about it." "Now look, Mr. Putnam, I can come to you and ask you for her, and it's the same thing." "Not by 100 miles, my boy. If I told Lucy you had said that, she wouldn't be at home next time you called. The trouble with you is that you don't understand women. You got to talk direct to them." Jimmy looked hopelessly out of the window. "No, what you say to me and what I say to you hasn't any more to do with you and Lucy than if you were selling me a bill of goods. I like you, Jimmy, and I've watched your career so far with interest, and I look for great things from you in the future, and that's why I say to you to go ahead and get Lucy, and good luck to you both." Mr. Putnam took up some papers from his desk and pretended to be studying them, but from the tail of his eye he gathered the gloom that was settling over Jimmy's face. The elder man enjoyed the situation. "Well, Mr. Putnam," Jimmy asked, "why can't you just tell Lucy for me that I have asked you, and that you say it's all right? Then, when I go to see her next time, it'll all be arranged and understood." Let me see. Didn't I read a poem or something at school about someone who hadn't sand enough to propose to a girl and who got another man to ask her, but it wasn't her own father? Why, Jimmy, if you haven't courage enough to propose to a girl, what do you suppose will be your finish if she marries you? A married man has to have spunk.
I've got the spunk, all right, but you understand how I feel.
Sure. Let me give you some advice. When you propose to a girl, you don't have to come right out and ask her to marry you.
Jimmy caught at the straw. You don't? He asked.
Certainly not. There's half a dozen ways of letting her know that you want her. Usually, always, I may say, she knows it anyway, and unless she wants you, she'll not let you tell her so. But if I wanted a short, sharp no from a girl, I'd get her father to ask her to marry me.
Then you mean that I've got to ask her myself?
To be sure.
I can't do it, Mr. Putnam, I can't.
Write it.
Why, I'd feel as if the postman and everybody else knew it.
Telephone.
Worse yet.
Jim Minton, I'm disgusted with you. I thought you were a young man with some enterprise. But if you lose your courage over such an everyday affair as proposing to a girl...
But men don't propose every day.
Somebody's proposing to somebody every day. It goes on all the time. No, sir. I wash my hands of it. I'll not withdraw my consent. And you have my moral support and encouragement. But getting married is the same as getting into trouble. You have to handle your own case.
But, Mr. Putnam...
You'll only go over the same ground again. Good morning. I don't want to hear any more of this until it is settled one way or the other. I'll not help, and I'll not hinder. It's up to you.
With this colloquial farewell, Mr. Putnam waved his hand and turned to his papers. Jimmy accumulated his hat and stick and left, barren of hope. That night he took Lucy to see Romeo and Juliet. The confidence and enthusiasm of Romeo merely threw him into a deeper despair of his own ability as a suitor, and made him even more taciturn and stumbling of speech than ever. His silence grew heavier and heavier, until at last Lucy threw out her never-failing lifeline. She asked him about his cousin Mary. "By the way," he said, brightening up, "Cousin Mary is coming through here one day next week."
Is she? How I should like to know her. If she is anything like you, she must be very agreeable.
She isn't like me, but she is agreeable. Won't you let me try to bring you two together at lunch downtown, or something like that?
It would be fine.
I'll do it. I'll arrange it just as soon as I see her.
Then silence, pall-like, fell again upon them. Jimmy thought of Romeo, and Lucy thought of Romeo, let us say. When a young man and a young woman, who are the least bit inclined one to another, witness Shakespeare's great educative effort, the young woman cannot help imagining herself leaning over the balcony, watching the attempts of the young man to clamber up the rope ladder. After he had gone that night, Lucy sat down for a soul communion with herself. Pity the woman who does not have soul communions. She who can sit side by side with herself, and make herself believe that she is perfectly right and proper in thinking and believing as she does, is happy. The first question Lucy Putnam put to her subliminal self was, "Do I love Jimmy?" Subliminal self, true to sex, equivocated. It said, "I am not sure."
Whereupon Lucy asked, "Why do I love him?" Then ensued the debate. Subliminal Self said it was because he was a clean, good-hearted, manly fellow. Lucy responded that he was too bashful. "He is handsome," retorted Subliminal Self, "but there are times when he grows so abashed that he is awkward." Subliminal Self said he would outgrow that, but there are other men who are just as nice, just as handsome, and just as clever, who are not so overwhelmingly shy, argued Lucy. Whereat Subliminal Self drew itself up proudly and demanded, "Name one." And Lucy was like the person who can remember faces, but has no memory at all for names. 2. Cousin Mary came to town as she had promised, and she made Cousin Jimmy drop his work and follow her through the shops half the morning. Cousin Mary was all that Cousin Jimmy had ever said of her. She was pretty, and she was genial. When these attributes are combined in a cousin, they invite confidences. The two were standing on a corner, waiting for a swirl of foot passengers, carriages, and street cars to be untangled, when Mary heard Jimmy making some remark about Miss Putnam. "So she's the one, is she, Jimmy?" "Well, I don't know, you see." "Certainly I see. Who wouldn't? Is she pretty, Jimmy?" Jimmy saw a pathway through the crowd and led his cousin to the farther curb before answering. "Yes, she is very pretty." "Tell me all about her. How long have you known her? How did you meet her? Is she tall or short? Is she dark or fair? Is she musical? Oh, I am just dying to know all about her." All the way down State Street Jimmy talked. All the way down State Street he was urged on and aided and abetted by the questions and comments of Cousin Mary, and when they had buffeted their way over Jackson to Michigan Avenue and found breathing room, she turned to him and asked pointedly, "When is it to be?" "When is what to be?" "The wedding." "Whose wedding?" Jimmy's tone was utterly innocent. "Whose? Yours and Lucy's, to be sure." "Mine and Lucy's? Why, Mary, I've never asked her yet." "You've never asked her? Do you mean to tell me that when you can talk about her for 7 or 8 blocks, as you have not even asked her to marry you? Why, James Trottingham Minton, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Where does this paragon of women live? Take me to see her. I want to apologize for you." "Well, it'd be better to get her to come in and lunch with us. She lives so far out, you'd miss your train east this afternoon." "The very thing. Would she come?" "Why, yes, I asked her the other night, and she said she would." "Then why have you waited so long to tell me? Where are we to meet her?" "Well, I didn't know for sure what day you would be here, so I didn't make any definite arrangement. I'm to let her know." "Oh, Jimmy, Jimmy, you need a guardian, and not a guardian angel either. You need the other sort. You deserve hours of punishment for your thoughtlessness. Now go right away and send her word that I am here and dying to meet her." "All right, we'll have lunch here at the Annex. You'll excuse me just a minute, and I'll send her a telegram and ask her to come in." "Yes, but hurry. You should have told her yesterday. When will you ever learn how to be nice to a girl?" Jimmy, feeling somehow that he had been guilty of a breach of courtesy that should fill him with remorse, hastened to the telegraph desk and scribbled a message to Lucy. It read, "Please meet me and Mary at Annex at 2:00. "Rush that," he said to the operator. The operator glanced over the message and grinned. "Certainly, sir," he said. "This sort of a message always goes rush. Wish you luck, sir."
The operator has not yet completely gathered the reason for the reproving stare Jimmy gave him. In part, it has been explained to him, but as Jimmy has said since, the man deserves censure for drawing an erroneous conclusion from another's mistake. It was then noon, so Jimmy and Mary, at Mary's suggestion, got an appetite by making another tour of the shops. In the meantime, a snail-paced messenger boy was climbing the Putnam steps with the telegram in his hand. 3. Lucy took the telegram from the boy and told him to wait until she saw if there should be an answer. She tore off the envelope, unfolded the yellow slip of paper, read the message, gasped, blushed, and turned and left the patient boy on the steps. Into the house she rushed, calling to her mother. She thrust the telegram into her hands, exclaiming, "Read that! Isn't it what we might have expected? Mercy, what is it? Who's dead?" "Nobody is better than that," was Lucy's astonishing reply. Mrs. Putnam read the telegram, and then beamingly drew her daughter to her and kissed her. The two then wrote a message, after much counting of words, to be sent to Jimmy. It read, "Of course, Mama will come with me. Telephone to Papa." When this reached Jimmy, he was nonplussed. He rubbed his forehead, studied the message, reread it, and then handed it to Mary with the suggestion, "Maybe you can make it out. I can't." Mary knitted her brows and studied the message in turn. At length she handed it back.
"It's simple,"
she decided.
"She is a nice, sweet girl, and she wants me to meet her mama and papa. Or maybe she wants us to be chaperoned."
So Jimmy and Mary waited in the hotel parlor until Lucy should arrive. Reminded by Mary, Jimmy went to the phone and told Mr. Putnam that Lucy was coming to lunch with him.
Well, that's all right, isn't it, Jimmy?
Mr. Putnam asked.
"Yes, but she told me to telephone you."
Why?
"I don't know, but won't you join us?"
Is that other matter arranged, Jimmy?
No, not yet."
I told you I didn't want to see you until it was. As soon as you wake up, let me know. Goodbye."
Jimmy, red, returned to the parlor, and there was confronted by a vision of white, with shining eyes and pink cheeks, who rushed up to him and kissed him and called him a dear old thing and said he was the cleverest, most unconventional man that ever was. Limp, astounded, but delighted, James Trottingham Minton drew back a pace from Lucy Putnam, who, in her dainty white dress and her white hat and filmy white veil, was a delectable sight.
"I want you to meet Cousin Mary,"
he said.
"Is she to attend?"
"Of course," he answered. They walked toward the end of the long parlor where Mary was sitting, but halfway down the room they were stopped by Mrs. Putnam. She put both hands on Jimmy's shoulders, gave him a motherly kiss on one cheek, and sighed.
"Jimmy, you will be kind to my little girl."
Jimmy looked from mother to daughter in dumb bewilderment. Certainly this was the most remarkable conduct he had ever dreamed of. Yet Mrs. Putnam's smile was so affectionate and kind, her eyes met his with such a tender look, that he intuitively felt that all was right as right should be. And yet, why should they act as they did? Into the midst of his reflections,
burst Lucy's chum, Alice Jordan.
"I've a notion to kiss him, too,"
she cried. Jimmy stonily held himself in readiness to be kissed. If kissing went by favor, he was preeminently a favored one. But Lucy clutched his arm with a pretty air of ownership and forbade Alice.
"Indeed you will not. It wouldn't be good form now. Afterward you may, just once. Isn't that right, Jimmy?"
"Perfectly," he replied, his mind still whirling in an effort to adjust actualities to his conception of what realities should be. The four had formed a little group to themselves in the center of the parlor, Lucy clinging to Jimmy's arm, Mrs. Putnam eyeing them both with a happy expression, and Alice fluttering from one to the other, assuring them that they were the handsomest couple she had ever seen, that they ought to be proud of each other, and that Mrs. Putnam ought to be proud of them, and that she was sure nobody in all the world ever could be as sublimely, beatifically happy as they would be, and that they must be sure to let her come to visit them.
"And,"
she cried admiringly, stopping to pat Jimmy on his unclutched arm,
"I just think your idea of proposing by telegraph was the brightest thing I ever heard of."
It is to be written to the everlasting credit of James Trottingham Minton that he restrained himself from uttering the obvious remark on hearing this. 2 words from him would have wrecked the house of cards. Instead, he blushed and smiled modestly. Slowly it was filtering into his brain that by some unusual, unexpected, unprecedented freak of fortune, his difficulties had been overcome, that some way or other he had proposed and had been accepted.
"I shall always cherish that telegram,"
Lucy declared, leaning more affectionately toward Jimmy.
"If that grimy-faced messenger boy had not gone away so quickly with my answer, I should have kissed him."
"I've got the telegram here, dear," said Mrs. Putnam.
"Oh, let's see it again,"
Alice begged.
"I always wanted to hear a proposal, but it is some satisfaction to see one."
Mrs. Putnam opened her hand satchel, took out the telegram, unfolded it slowly, and they all looked at it, Jimmy gulping down a great choke of joy as he read: "Please meet me and Mary at Annex at 2 o'clock." His bashfulness fell from him as a garment. He took the message, saying he would keep it so that it might not be lost. Then he piloted the 2 girls and Mrs. Putnam to the spot where Mary had been waiting patiently and wonderingly. "Mary," he said boldly, without a tremor in his voice, "I want you to meet the future Mrs. Minton, and my future mother-in-law, Mrs. Putnam, and my future... What are you to me, anyhow, Alice?"
"A combination. Flower girl, maid of honor, and 16 bridesmaids chanting the wedding march,"
she laughed.
And when,
Mary gasped.
when is this to be?
"At 2 o'clock,"
Lucy answered.
Oh, Jimmy, you wretch, you never told me a word about it. But never mind. I bought the very thing for a wedding gift this morning."
Jimmy tore himself away from the excited laughter and chatter, ran to the telephone, and got Mr. Putnam on the wire. "This is Minton," he said.
"Who? Oh, Jimmy. Well?"
"Well, I fixed that up."
"Good. And when is it to be?"
"Right away. Here at the Annex. I want you to go and get the license for me on your way over."
Come, Jimmy, don't be in such precipitate haste."
"You told me that was the only way to arrange these matters."
"Did I? Well, I'll get the license for you.
Goodbye, then. I've got to telephone for a minister.
The minister was impressed at once with the value of haste in coming, and on his way back to the wedding party, Jimmy stopped long enough to hand a $5 bill to the telegraph operator. "Thank you, sir," said the astonished man. "I have been worrying for fear I had made a mistake about your message."
You did. You made the greatest mistake of your life. Thank you.
End of The Tale of the Tangled Telegram by Wilbur D. Nesbit. Recording by Bill Moseley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Section 17 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley. Natural Philosophy by William Henry Drummond. Very often I be thinking of the queer folks going round, and way they keep a-talking of the hard time get along. May have plenty money, too, and the health be good and sound, but you'll find there's always something going wrong. Course, there may be many reasons why some fella ought to fret, but me, I'm always singing the only song I know. 'Tisn't long enough for music, and so short you can't forget, but it drive away the lonesome, and this is how she go. Just take your chance and try your luck. Funny feller's what they call me, so different from the rest. But everybody got his fault, as far as I can see, and all the thing I'm doing, I do it for the best. Though when I'm betting on a race, that's often loss for me. Oh ho, I say, Alphonse, my friend, today is not your day. For more you got your money up, the less your trotter go. But never mind, and don't lie down. That's what I always say, and sing the same old song some more, maybe a little slow. Just take your chance and try your luck. S'pose my uncle die and left me $100, maybe two, and I don't take his advice, me, for putting him on the bank. 'Stead of that, some lottery ticket to see what I can do, and pretty soon I'm finding put there what you call the blank. While the bank, she might bust up there. Something might go wrong. Them feller, when they get it, maybe skip before the night. Can't tell. Then where's your money? So I sing my little song and don't bother with the whiskey. And again I feel all right. Just take your chance and try your luck. If you're going to make the merry, keep a lookout on the eye. But no matter how you're careful, it was risky anyhow. And if you're too unlucky, just remember how you try for getting that poor woman, though she may have got you now. All the same, it sometime happen that your wife will pass away. No use crying. You can't help it. There's your duty to yourself. You don't need to ask the neighbor. They will tell you every day, start again like honest feller, for there's plenty woman left. Just take your chance and try your luck. Poor man like me, I'm not. Only when election's there, and everybody's waiting to catch you by the throat. The money, I be making den, whoa, dat was mon affair. And after all, what difference how the poor man make the vote? So I do my very best, me wid the wife and family. On the church door Sunday morning, you can see us all parade, lend a friend a $50, and never go on spree. So when I'm comin' die, me no use to be afraid. Just take your chance and try your luck. End of Natural Philosophy. Recording by Bill Mosley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Section 18 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. How I Spoke the Word by Frank L. Stanton. The snow came down in sheets of white and made the pine trees shiver. 'Peared like the world had said good night and crawled 'neath the kiver. The river's shiny trail was gone. The winds sung out a warning. The mountains put their nightcaps on and said, "Goodbye till morning." 'Twas just the night in field and wood, when cabin homes look cozy, and fine oak fires feel mighty good, and women's cheeks look rosy. And that reminds me, we was four a-settin' by the fire, but still it 'peared 10 mile or more betwixt me and Maria. No, sir, I caught that eye of his, and then I fit and floundered. "The thing I want to tell you is," says he, "the old mare's foundered." "No, sir, it ain't about no hoss." My throat began to rattle. "I see," he said, "another loss in them fine Jersey cattle." And then I lost my patience. Then I hollered high and higher. You could have heard me down the glen. "No, sir, I want Maria." And now," says I, "the shaft'll strike." He'll let that statement stay so. He looked at me, astonished like, then yelled, "Why didn't you say so?" End of How I Spoke the Word. Recording by Bill Mosley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Section 19 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Marty Criss. The University Intelligence Office by John Kendrick Bangs. "Mr. Brief," said the idiot the other morning as the family of Mrs. Smithers Pedagogue gathered at the breakfast table, "don't you want to be let in on the ground floor of a sure thing?" "I do, if there's no cellar under it to fall into when the bottom drops out," smiled Mr. Brief. "What's up? You going into partnership with Mr. Rockefeller?" "No," said the idiot. "There isn't any money in that." "What?" cried the bibliomaniac. "No money in a partnership with Rockefeller?" "Not a cent," said the idiot. "After paying Mr. Rockefeller his dividend of 105% of the gross receipts and deducting expenses from what's left, you'd find you owed him money. My scheme is to start an entirely new business, one that's never been thought of before, apparently. Incorporate it at $100,000, of which I am to receive $51,000 in stock for the idea, $24,000 worth of shares to go to Mr. Brief for legal services, and the balance to be put on the market at 45. That sounds rich, said Mr. Brief. I might devote an hour of my time to your scheme some rainy Sunday afternoon when there is nothing else to do, for that amount of stock, provided, of course, your scheme has no state's prison string tied to it. There isn't even a county jail at the end of it, observed the Idiot. It's clean, clear, and straight. It will fill a long-felt want, and, as I see it, ought to pay 50% dividends the first year. They say figures don't lie, and I am in possession of some that tell me I've got a bonanza in my University Intelligence Office Company. The title sounds respectable, said Mr. Whitechoker. What is it, Mr. Idiot? A sort of university settlement scheme? Well, yes, said the Idiot. It is designed to get university graduates settled, if you can call that a university settlement scheme. To put it briefly, it's an intelligence office for college graduates where they may go for the purpose of getting a job, just as our cooks and butlers and valets and the rest do. If there's money in securing a place at good wages for the ladies who burn our steaks and promote indigestion for us, and for the gentlemen who keep our trousers pressed and wear out our linen, I don't see why there wouldn't be any money in an institution which did the same thing for the struggling young Bachelor of Arts who is thrown out of the arms of alma mater onto the hands of a cold and unappreciative world. At last, cried the Doctor, at last I find sanity in one of your suggestions. That idea of yours, Mr. Idiot, is worthy of a genius. I have a nephew just out of college, and what on earth to do with him nobody in the family can imagine. He doesn't seem to be good for anything except sitting around and letting his hair grow long. That isn't much of a profession, is it? Said the Idiot. What does he want to do? That's the irritating part of it, observed the Doctor. When I asked him the other night what he intended to do for a living, he said he hadn't made up his mind yet between becoming a motorman or the editor of the South American Review. That's a satisfactory kind of an answer, eh? Especially when the family income is hardly big enough to keep the modern youth in neckties. I don't believe any intelligence office in creation could do anything for a man like that, sneered the bibliomaniac. What that young man needs is a good, sound spanking, and I'd like to give it to him. All right, said the Doctor with a laugh. I'll see that you have the chance. If you'll go out to my sister's with me sometime next week, I'll introduce you to Bill, and you can begin. Why don't you do it yourself, Doctor? Said the Idiot, noting the twinkle in the Doctor's eye. I'm too busy, laughed the Doctor. Besides, I only weigh 120 pounds, and Bill is 6 feet 2 inches high and weighs 210 pounds stripped. I think if I were armed with a telegraph pole, and Bill with only a toothpick as a weapon of defense, he could thrash me with ease. However, if Mr. Bibb wants to try it... Send Bill to us, Doctor, said the Idiot. I sort of like Bill, and I'll bet the University of Intelligence office will get him a job in 48 hours. A man who is willing to mote or edit has an adaptability that ought to locate him permanently somewhere. I don't quite see, said Mr. Brief, just how you are going to work your scheme, Mr. Idiot. I must confess I should regard Bill as a pretty tough proposition. Not at all, said the Idiot. The only trouble with Bill is that he hasn't found himself yet. He's probably one of those easy-going popular youngsters who've devoted their college days to growing. Just at present, he's got more vitality than brains. I imagine from his answer to the Doctor that he is a good-natured hulks who could get anything he wanted in college except a scholarship. I haven't any doubt that he was beloved of all his classmates, and was known to his fellows as Old Hoss, or Beefy Bill, or Blue-eyed Billy, and could play any game from Muggins to Pitt like a hero of a Bret Hart romance." "You've sized Bill up all right," said the doctor. "He's just that. But he has brains. The only trouble is, he's been saving them up for a rainy day, and now when the showers are beginning, he doesn't know how to use 'em. How would you go about getting him a job, Mr. Idiot?" "Bill ought to go into the publishing business," said the Idiot. "He was cut out for a book agent. He has a physique which, to begin with, would command respectful attention for anything he might have to say concerning the wares he had to sell. He seems to have, from your brief description of him, that suavity of manner which would surely secure his admittance into the houses of the elite, and his sense of humor I judge to be sufficiently highly developed to enable him to make a sale wherever he felt there was the remotest chance. Is he handsome?" "I am told that he looks like me," said the doctor pleasantly. "Oh, well," rejoined the Idiot, "good looks aren't essential after all. It would be better, though, if he were a man of fine presence. If he's big and genial, as you suggest, he can carry off his deficiencies in personal pulchritude." The doctor flushed a trifle. "Oh, Bill isn't so plain," he observed airily. "There's none of your sissy beauty about Bill, I grant you, but oh, well." Here the doctor twirled his mustache complacently. "I should think the place for Bill would be on the trolley," sneered the bibliomaniac. "No, sir," returned the Idiot. "Never. Geniality never goes on the trolley. In the first place, it isn't appreciated by the management, and in the second place, it is a dangerous gift for a motorman. I had a friend once, a college graduate of very much Bill's kind, who went on the trolley as a conductor at $7 a week. And by jingo, would you believe it? All his friends waited for his car, and of course he never asked any of them for their fare. 'Gentlemen,' he used to say, 'welcome to my car. This is on me.'" "Swindled the company by letting his friends ride free, eh?" said the bibliomaniac. "Never," said the Idiot. "Pete was honest, and he rung 'em up the same as anybody, and of course had to settle with the treasurer at the end of the trip. On his first month he was $9 out. Then he couldn't bring himself to ask a lady for money, and if a passenger looked like a sport, Pete would offer to match him for his fare. Double or quits. Consequence was he lost money steadily. All the hard luck people used to ride with him, too. And one night, it was a bitter night in December, and everybody in the car was pretty near frozen. Pete stopped his car in front of the Fifth Avenue Hotel and invited everybody on board to come in and have a wee nippy. All except two old ladies and a Chinaman accepted, and of course the reporters got hold of it, told the story in the papers, and Pete was bounced. I don't think the average college graduate is quite suited by temperament for the trolley service." "All of which is intensely interesting," observed the bibliomaniac, "but I don't see how it helps to make your university intelligence office company convincing." "It helps in this way," explained the Idiot. "We shall have a board of inspectors made up of men with some knowledge of human nature who will put these thousands of young graduates through a cross-examination to find out just what they can do. Few of them have the slightest idea of that, and they'll gladly pay for the assistance we propose to give them when they have discovered that they have taken the first real step toward securing a useful and profitable occupation. If a valedictorian comes into the University Intelligence Office and applies for a job, we'll put him through a third-degree examination, and if we discover in him those restful qualities which go to the making of a good plumber, we'll set about finding him a job in a plumbing establishment. If a Greek salutatorian in search of a position has a sweep of arm and general uplift of manner that indicates a useful career as a window washer, we will put him in communication with those who need just such a person. How about the coldly supercilious young man who knows it all and wishes to lead a life of elegant leisure, yet must have wages? Asked the Bibliomaniac. Our colleges are turning out many such. He's the easiest proposition in the bunch, replied the Idiot. If they were all like that, our fortunes would be established in a week. In what way? Persisted the Bibliomaniac. In two ways, replied the Idiot. Such persons are constantly in demand as janitors of cheap apartment houses, which are going up with marvelous rapidity on all sides of us, and as editors of 10-cent magazines, on which on the average there are, I believe, 5 new ones started every day of the year, including Saturdays, Sundays, and legal holidays. I say, Mr. Idiot, said the Doctor later, that was a bully idea of yours about the University Intelligence Office. It would be a lot of help to the thousands of youngsters who are graduated every year, but I don't think it's practicable just yet. What I wanted to ask you is if you could help me with Bill. Certainly I can, said the Idiot. Really? Cried the Doctor. Yes, indeed, said the Idiot. I can help you a lot. How? What shall I do? Asked the Doctor. Take my advice, whispered the Idiot. Let Bill alone. He'll find himself. You can tell that by his answer. Oh? Said the Doctor, lapsing into solemnity. I thought you could give me a material suggestion as to what to do with the boy. Ah, you want something specific, eh? Said the Idiot. Yes, said the Doctor. Well, get him a job as a campaign speaker. This is a great year for the stump, said the Idiot. That isn't bad, said the Doctor. Which side? Either, said the Idiot, or both. Bill has adaptability, and between you and me, from what I hear on the street, both sides are going to win this year. If they do, Bill's fortune's made. End of The University Intelligence Office. Reading by Marty Kress.
Section 20 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. The Country School. Anonymous. Put to the door. The school's begun. Stand in your places, everyone. Attend. Read in the Bible. Tell the place. Job 20th and the 17th verse. Caleb begin. And he shall suck. Sir, Moses got a pin and stuck. Silence. Stop, Caleb. Moses, here. What's this complaint? I didn't, sir. Hold up your hand. What, isn't a pin? Oh dear, I won't do so again. Read on. The increase of his horse. Hold. House spells house. Sir, what's this word? For I can't tell it. Can't you indeed? Why, spell it. Spell it? Begin yourself, I say. Who, I? Yes, try. Sure you can spell it. Try. Go, take your seats in primers. Go, you shan't abuse the Bible so. Will pray, Sir Master, mend my pen? Say, Master, that's enough. Here, Ben, is this your copy? Can't you tell? Set all your letters parallel. I've done my sum. 'Tis just a groat. Let's see it. Master, my gout? Yes, bring some wood in. What's that noise? It isn't I, sir. It's them boys. Come, Billy, read. What's that? That's sir, Jim hasn't snatched my rule away. Return it, James. Here, rule with this. Billy, read on. That's crooked S. Read in the spelling book. Begin. The boys are out. Then call them in. My nose bleeds. Mayn't I get some ice? And hold it in my breeches? Yes. John, keep your seat. My sum is more. Then do it again. Divide by 4, by 12 and 20. Mind the rule. Now speak, Manasseh, and spell tool. I can't. Well, try T-W-L. Not washed your hands yet, booby ha. You had your orders yesterday. Give me the ferule. Hold your hand. Oh. There, mind my next command. The grammar, read, tell where the place is. C sounds like K and cat and cases. My book is torn. The next. Here, not. E finally makes it long. Say, note. What are the stops and marks, Susanna? Small points, sir. And how many, Hannah? 4, sir. How many, George? You look. Here's more than 50 in my book. How's this? Just come, Sam. Why, I've been. Who knocks? I don't know, sir. Come in. Your most obedient, sir. And yours? Sit down, sir. Sam, put to the doors. What do you bring to tell that's new? Nothing that's either strange or true. What a prodigious school. I'm sure you've got 100 here, or more. A word, sir, if you please. I will. You girls, till I come in, be still. Come, we can dance tonight, so you dismiss your brain distracting crew, and come, for all the girls are there. We'll have a fiddle and a player. Well, mind and have the sleigh bells sent. I'll soon dismiss my regiment. Silence. The second class must read. As quick as possible. Proceed. Not found your book yet? Stand. Be fixed. The next read. Stop. The next. The next. You need not read again. 'Tis well. Come, Tom and Dick, choose sides to spell. Will this word do? Yes, Tom, spell dunce. Sit still there, all you little ones. I've got a word. Well, name it. Gizzard. You spell it, Samson. G-I-Z. Spell conscience, Jack. K-O-N-S-H-U-N-T-S. Well done. Put out the next. Mine is folks. Tim, spell it. P-H-O-U-X. Oh, shocking. Have you all tried? No? Say, master, but no matter, go. Lay by your books, and you, Josiah, help Jed to make the morning fire. End of the Country School. Recording by Ginger Kukalo.
Section 21 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Evan Anderson's Poker Party by Benjamin Stevenson. Evan Anderson called you up this afternoon, said Mrs. Tom Porter, laying down the evening paper. Is his wife still away? Yes, I think she is. What did he want? He did not say, but he said for you to call him as soon as you came home. I forgot to tell you. Mrs. Porter paused and fingered her paper with embarrassment. Tom, she began again, if it is another of those men parties he has been having since his wife has been away, I wish you wouldn't go. Why not, dear? I don't think they're very nice. Don't they drink a good deal? Some men will drink a good deal anyway, any time, but those that don't want to do not. Tom, do they? Mrs. Porter's eyes were on the paper in her lap. Do they play poker? What made you ask me that question? Tom answered with some embarrassment. Mrs. Bob Miller said her husband told her they did. Nobody but Mrs. Miller would believe all that Bob says. But you know it is wicked to gamble. Of course it is, to gamble for any amount, but just a little game of amusement. That's not bad." "How much does anyone win or lose?" "Oh, just a few dollars." "That will buy a dinner for several poor families that need it. But the worst of it is the principle. It is gambling, and no matter how little is lost or won." "But, dear, you brought home a $10 plate from a card party the other afternoon." "That is different. One is euchre, the other is poker." "I see the difference, but wouldn't the plate have bought a few dinners?" "Yes, but if I had not won it, someone else would. And it was too late to spend it for charity. I don't believe it cost $10 anyway."
"You said then it would."
"But I have looked it over since, and do not believe it is genuine. I should think anyone would be ashamed to give an imitation," she added, with something like a flash in her blue eyes.
"It was a shame," Tom admitted. "A $10 strain for a $2 plate."
But Mrs. Porter merely raised her eyebrows at this rather mean remark.
"The Tad Wallington dance is tonight, isn't it? Do you want to go to that?" Tom asked.
"No, I'm not going."
"If you do," Tom went on, "I will take you and cut out whatever Evan wants."
"No, I don't care to," she repeated. "You can go to the other if you want to. I am not going to say any more on the subject. I do not ask you to humor my little whims, but I wanted to say what I did before you telephoned."
Mrs. Porter looked at her husband with such a wistful, pathetic little smile that Tom came over and kissed her on the cheek.
"I'll not go," he exclaimed. "If that is what he wants, I'll stay at home with you."
"You are too good, Tom. I suspect I am silly, but it seems so wicked. Now you had better call him up."
When Tom got upstairs, he placed the receiver to his ear. "Telephone. Number?"
"Tom, give me 711, please."
711.
"Yes, please."
Tom whistled while he waited. "Telephone.
"Hello."
Is that you, Evan?"
"Yes. Hello, Tom. Say, Tom, I'm going to have a little bunch around here after a bit to see if we can't make our books balance, and I want you to come. And say, bring around that 45 you took away with you last time. We want it. We are after you. We're going to strip you. Perhaps you'd better bring an extra suit in a case." "I'm sorry, old man, but I can't come." "Can't what?" "Can't come." "You tightwad, you better come." "Can't do it, Andy. I'm sorry."
"Are you going to the Tad Wellington dance?"
"No, not that. Missus doesn't want you to go, but I simply can't come."
Sarcastically.
"I guess the missus shut down this too."
"No, I'm tired."
"Well, maybe we're not tired of you taking money away from us. And now when we've all got a hunch that you're going to lose you get cold feet."
"No, I'd like to, but I just can't."
"Well, admit like a man, it is the missus said no and I'll let you off."
"Are you mine, Retha?"
"No, but I'm married."
"You win."
"Well, I'm sorry you can't be with us. Christmas will be coming along by and by, and you will need the money."
"I expect."
"Missus will want a present, and she ought to let you get a little more ahead."
"That's true."
"Well, so long. Toast your feet before you go to bed. And you better put a cloth around your neck."
"Hey, don't rub it in. It hurts me worse than you."
"All right. I know you're as sorry as we are. I know how it is. My missus will be home next week, and this will be the last one, so I want you to come. Goodbye."
"Goodbye. Oh, say, wait a minute. I got an idea."
"Good. Use it."
Wait now, I'm thinking."
Tom was trying to recall if he had closed the parlor door when he came upstairs.
Yes, I think I did. Think you did what? Nothing. I wasn't talking to you. I was thinking. Say, put your ear close to the telephone. I've got to talk low. Why, I've got the thing right against my ear anyway. What are you talking about? Listen, this is the scheme. I'll come if I can. He whispered into the receiver. I don't think the missus wants to go to the Tad Wellington dance, and I'll work it so that I shall go alone. If I'll succeed, I'll be with you. What? What's that? I say, he repeated more distinctly. If Mrs. P. doesn't want to go to the dance, I'll try to go by myself, and shall be with you. You say that you and Mrs. P. are going to the dance. Oh, you deaf fool. No, I say that if she doesn't go to the dance, maybe I shall be with you. Oh, I understand you. Good. If you are as clever as you are at getting everyone in against a packed full house, you will succeed. Come early. Lucky to you. Goodbye. If Tom were right in thinking he had closed the parlor door, he was considerably surprised and flustered to find it ajar when he came downstairs. But Mrs. Porter was still reading the evening paper, and did not look as if she had been disturbed by the telephoning. There was a slight flush on her cheeks, however, that he had not noticed before, but that may have been caused by the noble sacrifice of his own wishes for hers. "I am glad, Tom, you told him you could not come," Mrs. Porter said, looking at him affectionately. "It is so good of you to give up to my little whims." Tom said mentally, "I guess she did not hear it at all, at least." "I know," she went on, "that I was brought up on a narrow plane, and any sort of gambling seems wicked." "But at first you would not play cards at all, and then you learned euchre. All games of cards look alike to me." "I suppose they do, but euchre is a simple, interesting pastime, which is a scientific, a mental exercise, developing the mind and so forth, while poker cheats people out of their money. At least, they lose money they ought to use otherwise, or else they win some and then have ill-gotten gains, which is worse." "But poker is a great nerve developer," Tom protested feebly. "But it's gambling." "Well, how about playing euchre for a prize?" "Oh, we settled that a while ago," Mrs. Porter exclaimed. "I showed you the difference between the two, didn't I?" "I believe you did. But don't you want to go to the Tad Wellington dance?" "No," Mrs. Porter said shortly. "Did you send cards?" "No." "You should have done so, shouldn't you?" "I suppose so, but I don't care." "Why don't you want to go?" "I don't like Mrs. Tad Wellington. She wears her dresses too low." "Maybe she does, but I think we should be polite to her." "I don't care very much whether we are or not." "I think we ought to go, or else,"
he added in an afterthought with the expression of a martyr,
"or else I ought to go and take your regrets."
"Well, why don't you do that?" Mrs. Porter exclaimed brightly.
"All right, I will," he almost shouted. "I'll do it. I think it's the decent thing to do. I'll get ready right away."
"Right now? Why, it's entirely too early. It's only 7:30. You can stay here until 10, then go for a few minutes and be back by 11.
No, that would not be nice. That's not the way to treat people who have gone to the expense of giving a dance. Everybody should go early and stay late."
"Oh, absurd."
"No, it's decent. I think I had better go early anyway, and then I can get back earlier. I don't want to stay up too late."
"Well, if you insist, go on."
Tom went upstairs and began dressing hurriedly. He knew he would not feel safe until he was a square away from the house. If this was to be the last of these bully bachelor poker parties, he did not want to miss it. His wife was the sweetest little woman on earth, and he delighted in being with her
and humoring her, but then a woman's view of life and things is often so different that there is a joyous relaxation in a man party. If he could dress and get away before his wife changed her mind, all would be well. He put his clothes on feverishly, but before he had half finished he heard her running up the stairs, and his heart sank. She came with a step that indicated something important on her mind. He knew as well how she looked as if he could see her coming. She was humped over slightly, her head was down, both hands grasping her skirts in front, and her feet fairly glimmering at the speed she was coming. She burst into the room. "Tom, I think I will go with you. It is mean of me to make you go alone."
"You think what?"
"You can't, it's a men's party. Oh, you know, no, it's not mean. I don't mind it a bit. I like to go alone. That is, I don't mind it, and I won't hear you putting yourself out on my account. And then you know Mrs. Tad Wallington wears her dresses so disgustingly low." "That's it, Tom. That's why I think I ought to go."
"Oh, pshaw! You know I despise her. I'll never dance with her. No, I can't think of letting you go on my account. And I don't want my wife even to be seen at the party of a woman who wears such dresses as she does. No, positively I can't permit it."
"Well, it's as bad for you to go."
"But one of us has to go to be decent. It would be rude not to, and we cannot afford to be rude even to the commonest people."
"I don't want you to go unless I go with you," she said pettishly.
"But I never dance with her."
"It is not that so much. I do not want us to recognize her at all."
"I am not going to even speak to her. I will snub her. I will walk by her and not see her. I will let her know that my little wife doesn't belong to her class. I'll show her."
"But Tom, wouldn't that be ruder than not going at all?"
"Oh no, I don't think so. By going and snubbing her it shows that you are conforming to all the laws of politeness without conceding anything to wanton impropriety. Don't you see?"
"Hardly."
"Well, it does, and I have to go for business reasons. I have her husband's law business, and can't afford to lose it by not going."
"Wouldn't it make her husband angry for you to snub her?"
"Oh no, it would rather please him. He's inclined to be jealous, and likes the men better who don't have anything to do with her. It would strengthen our business relations immensely."
"Maybe you are right," she added with resignation. "You lawyers have such peculiar arguments that I can't understand them."
"Yes, I know. Law is the science of reasoning, of getting at the fine, subtle points by which other people cannot see."
"Well, go, if you really think it's best," she said at last. Tom tied a black bow around his collar and put on his tuxedo. "Oh, Tom, what do you mean? You surely do not intend to wear your tuxedo and a black tie? I heard you say it was the worst of form at anything but a men's party."
"Oh, did I? Well, maybe I did. I had forgotten. I became a little confused by a long argument. I am always confused after an argument. Would you believe it? The other day after an argument in court, I put on the judge's overcoat when I came away, and did not notice it until I got to the office. You think I had better wear a long coat and a white tie?"
"Of course. I want you to be the best dressed man there. I don't want you to look as if you were at a smoker." Tom wheeled toward his wife, but she was digging in a drawer for his white tie and may not have meant anything. "Now, don't tell me you have none. Here is one fresh and crisp. You would not disgrace us by going to a dance dressed that way?" she pleaded.
"I will do whatever you say, dear," Tom answered, with a trace of suspicion still in his eye.
He put on his long coat and the tie, and when he kissed his wife adieu, she patted him affectionately on the cheek. "It is good for you to go to this old dance and let me stay at home," she said, smiling sweetly at him. Have as good a time as you can, and be sure to see what Mrs. Harris wears." When Tom got into the street, he drew a long breath of fresh air, and then lighted a cigarette to quiet his nerves. "I've got to go to that party for a few minutes," he said to himself, "or I may get caught when I come back to take my examination to morrow morning. I can't possibly make up a whole lot about dresses. And then some woman might tell Ruth that I was not there. Let's see." He looked at his watch. "It's nearly 9. Some people will be there. I can look them over and then take a few notes about the dressing room as I come away." Tom paused but a moment in the dressing room, where a few oldish men waited for their fat, rejuvenated wives, and some young stags smoked cigarettes until the buds could get up to the hall. The young Mrs. Tad Wallington received him with a gracious smile and inquired for Mrs. Porter. "A blinding headache," said Tom. "She was determined to come until the last minute, but then had to give it up." The old Mr. Tad Wallington took one hand from behind his back to give it to Tom, and for a moment almost lost that tired, married to a young woman look. "How are you, Tom? Did you find out anything about the Barnesville business? Can you leave you on Harmon's property?" "I haven't looked any further, but I still think you can." "Call me up as soon as you find out." Tom was pushed away by a large wife with a little husband whom the hostess was presenting to Mr. Tad Wallington, and this couple was followed by an extremely tall man who had apparently become stoop-shouldered, talking to his very small wife. Tom sidled around where he could see the people as they came, and began making mental notes. "Mrs. Tad Wallington, dressed in a kind of silverish flowered, brocaded, I guess, stuff, with a bunch of white carnations, no, little roses. Blonde hair done up with a kind of a roach that loops over at one side of her forehead. There are our namesakes, the John Porters. Mrs. John has a banana colored dress with a sort of mosquito netting all over it. She's got one red rose pinned on in front. There are the 3 Long sisters, one pink, one white, and one blue. Pink and white are fluffy goods, but Ruth'll not care how girls are dressed. It's the woman. Here's a queen in black. Who is it? Oh, Lord, I am sorry I saw her face. It's Mrs. May, the Irish washerwoman, as Ruth calls her. And who's the Cleopatra with the silver snake around her arm, and the silver dew funnies around her waist? Oh, Bess Smith! I'm getting so many details. I'll have 'em all mixed up the first thing I know. Let me see. Who had on the red dress? Dang, I've forgotten. I better write them down." He got a card from his pocket and began writing abbreviated descriptions on it. Mrs. R. Strp. Slk. Mrs. J. White. H of a long train. Sm. Small Brt. Mrs. Jones with. He filled up 2 cards and then slipped to the dressing room and away. "Solomon could not beat that trick. I can tell Sweetheart more than she would have found out herself if she had come. Now for something that's a little more fun." He chuckled at his cleverness as he stepped on a car to go the faster to his more fascinating party. And he chuckled the following morning as he dressed. "They were going to strip me, were they?" he said to himself as he pulled a small roll of bills from the vest pocket of his dress suit. "Well, not quite. Let me see. I had $19 with me. Now I have 5, 10, and 10 are 20, and 5 are 25, 26, 27, 28, and 2 are 30, 31, and some change. That's not stripping anyway." He laughed again as he pulled 2 cards from his pocket and saw his memoranda of dresses. "Good thought. I better read them over, for the morning paper may contain some description, and I like to make good. Mrs. Patton, WHT, SLK, white silk. Mrs. Mull, D.T. D.T. What does D.T. stand for? D.T. I can't think of anything but delirium tremens, but that's not it. D.T. Dark. Dark what? Dark trout? No. Dark tresses? No, not that either. Dark trousseau? Hardly that. She's just married, but she didn't have her whole trousseau on. Dark. Search me, I don't know. Mrs. B. Mrs. Brown. L.D. Long dress? Lawn dress? No, lavender dress, I remember. This cipher is worse than the one in the gold bug. I wish I'd written it out. Some of the things he could interpret, and some he could not, but he could remember none when he took his eyes away from the card. He found his wife waiting for him in the breakfast room, dressed in a blue tea gown, and she looked so charming that he could not refrain from taking 2 kisses from her red lips. She put her arms around his neck, and took one of them back again. "How are you this morning? Did you have a good time at the dance?" "Oh, so," Tom answered. "I've had better." "Breakfast is ready. Now tell me all about it while we eat." "Well, it was just like all others. Some people there, dressed about the same. I was in hopes you would read about it in the morning paper and let me off. That would give you a better account of it than I can." "But I want to hear about it from your point of view. Did anything of any special importance happen? Whom did he dance with?" There was a sharp questioning look in Mrs. Porter's eyes, that Tom, if he noticed it at all, took in a masculine way to indicate a touch of jealousy. "No, nothing of any note. I danced with about the same people I do usually. Mrs. DeBruler, I think." "You think? That's complimentary to her. How was she dressed?" Mentally. BLSLK. Blue silk or black silk? Which was it? Aloud. "Blue silk, I think." "Blue silk? My, she oughtn't to wear blue. What's that card you have in your hand? Your program?" "Yes, I wanted to see whom else I danced with." "Oh, let me see," Mrs. Porter exclaimed. "Well, I was just looking for my program. I can't find it. Must have lost it." "Oh, that's too bad. I wanted to see it. Did you dance many dances?" "No, not many. Just a few people we are under obligations to." "How late did you stay?" Mrs. Porter asked, as she passed him his second cup of coffee. "About midnight, I think." "Oh, where were you after that? You didn't get home until after 1." "My, this coffee's hot. 1? Did you say 1? The clock must be striking 11:30. "No, I'm sure it was after 1, because I laid awake for a while and heard it strike 2." "Maybe you are right. I did not look. But lots of people were still there when I left. Do you like the 2-step better than the waltz?" "Yes, I do. But that was on Sunday, after 12 o'clock. Weren't you ashamed to dance on Sunday?" "The waltz is to the 2-step what the minuet is to the jig. Don't you think so now? Young Mrs. Black is a splendid waltzer. Next to you, she is about the best." "Well, I do not care to be compared to her, and I hope you didn't dance with her. She divorced and married again, and not 24 yet." "I don't see as much harm in a young woman being divorced as an old one." "I do. They ought to live together long enough to know if their troubles are real." "Hers were." "I always thought Mr. Hughes was really nice. Did you find your program?" "No, I must have lost it."
They rose from the breakfast table and went, arm in arm, to the sitting room. They divided the morning paper and sat in silence for a while. Tom went over the first page, read the prospect for war between Russia and Japan, then the European dispatches, and then came to the page with the city news. He glanced carelessly over it, seeing little to attract him. By and by his eyes returned to a column that he had passed because calamities did not interest him. Something about an explosion.
When he came to it the second time, his eyes fell on one of the subheadings, and it made him catch his breath. He read the headlines from the top. "Great heavens," he said to himself, and shot a glance at his wife from the corner of his eyes. "Lord, am I in for it?" The heading that he saw was "Terrific Explosion at a Ball. Panic Barely Averted. Mrs. Tad Wallington's Dance Interrupted. Fire ensued but no great damage done. Many of the women fainted." He then read the article through to see if there was any loophole, but found that the explosion had occurred, perhaps, before he was 5 squares away, about 9:15 in fact, and he had admitted to his wife that he had stayed there until late at night. "She mustn't see this page," he said to himself. "I must get it out of here and burn it." He glanced at his wife again. She was reading her sheet interestedly. He separated the part that contained the city news and was preparing to smuggle it from the room under his coat. "Here is the account of the dance," she exclaimed, looking up, "and you need not tell me any more." "The what?" "The dance, and I can read all." "Did we get 2 papers this morning?" Tom stammered, feeling cold about the heart. "No, I have the society sheets, and it tells me what everybody wore. Why, what is the matter with you, Tom? You look sick. You're not sick, are you, Tom?" she asked, rising and coming over to him. No, I'm not sick. I'm all right. Go on and read the description of the dresses. That will relieve me more than anything else. I'll not have to think it all up." "Oh, but you look sick." "I am not. I never was so well. See how strong I am. I can crush that piece of paper up in a very small ball with my bare hands. I am awfully strong." "Ah, don't do that. There may be something in that I want to read." "No, there isn't. There's nothing in it. I read it through. I have an idea. I'll tell you what let's do. Let's burn the paper, and I'll tell you what the woman wore. These society notes are written beforehand and are not authentic. The only way is to have it from an eyewitness. Let's do it, will ya?" "No, I'd rather read it. Aren't you sick, Tom? What makes your brow so damp?" "It's so hot. It's infernal hot in here." "I thought it was rather cold. I saw you shiver a moment ago. Tom, you are sick. You must have eaten too much salad last night. You know you can't eat salad." "I didn't touch any salad. I only ate a frankfurter and drank a highball." "A frankfurter and a highball? Why, what sort of refreshment did they have?" I didn't mean that. I meant a canary bird sandwich and a glass of water." "I know what it is then, Tom. You inhale a lot of the smoke."
Tom took a long, hard look at his wife.
"What?"
he almost screamed at last.
"I say you have inhaled too much smoke. You have been smoking too much." "Oh, that. Yes, I expect I have."
She looked at him with a twinkle in her eye as she sat on the arm of his chair, holding to the back with her hands.
"Tom, I'll bet you are a great hero." "I'll bet I'm not."
"I'll bet you are, and too modest to admit it."
"Too modest to admit what?"
"Too modest to admit the heroic things you have done."
"I never did any."
Yes, you did. I know you saved 2 or 3 people's lives at the risk of your own."
"I haven't any medals."
"But you must have done something brave, and that's why you didn't tell me about the explosion." Tom did not answer. The machinery of his voice would not turn. The power ran through his throat like cogwheels out of gear. "My dear, sweet, brave, modest husband."
I'm not all of that."
"Yes, you are. You were the bravest man there. How many fainting women did you rescue?"
"Oh, not many. Think only 5 or 6."
"Did you inhale much of the flaming smoke?"
"Yes, I think I must have inhaled some, but I did not notice it until now."
"Was the smoke very thick?"
"Awfully thick in places."
"And you walked right into it?"
"I had to. There wasn't any way to ride." Right? I mean, I walked into the smoke. I don't know what I'm saying. You must be right. I am sick. How brave my husband is. How proud I am of him. And not only brave but skillful. How did you manage to get through the smoke and flame and get no odor of smoke of your clothes, nor the smut in front of your shirt? I don't know, dear. I did not have the time to notice. I was too busy. Ah, my hero, I am proud of you. Did you win or lose? Did I what? Did you win or lose? Tom took another look in her innocent blue eyes. Which? She repeated. Ruth, what have you been doing to me? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Don't I look it? End of Evan Anderson's Poker Party. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 10th of December, 2011.
Section 22 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. A Threnody by George Thomas Lanigan. What? What's the news from Swat? Sad news, bad news, comes by the cable lead, through the Indian Ocean's bed, through the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, and the Med. Iterranean, he's dead, the Ahkoond is dead. For the Ahkoond I mourn, who wouldn't? He strove to disregard the message stern, but he couldn't. Dead, dead, dead. Sorrow, Swats? Swats, what ha' we Ahkoond bled? Swats whom he hath often led onward to a gory bed, or to victory, as the case might be. Sorrow, Swats. Tears shed tears like water. Your great Ahkoond is dead. That's Swat's the matter. Mourn, city of Swat. Your great Ahkoond is not, but lain mid worms to rot. His mortal part alone, his soul was caught, because he was a good Ahkoond, up to the bosom of Mahound. Though earthy walls his frame surround, forever hallowed be the ground. And skeptics mock the lowly mound, and say, he's now of no Ahkoond. His soul is in the skies, the azure skies that bend above his loved metropolis of Swat. He sees with larger, other eyes, athwart all earthly mysteries. He knows what's Swat. Let Swat bury the great Ahkoond with the noise of mourning and of lamentation. Let Swat bury the great Ahkoond with the noise of the mourning of the Swattish nation. Fallen is at length its tower of strength, its sun is dimmed ere it had nooned. Dead lies the great Ahkoond of Swat is not. End of A Threnody. Recording by Ginger Kukalo.
Section 23 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Conscientious Curate and the Beauteous Ballet Girl by William Russell Rose. Young William was a curate good, who to himself did say, I can't denounce the stage as vile until I've seen a play. He was so conscientious that when the play he sought, to grasp its entire wickedness, a front row seat he bought. 'Twas in the burlesque, you know, the burlesque of Prince Prettypate, or the Fairy Muffin Ring. And when the ballet came on, that good young curate met his fate. She, too,
was in the front row, and she danced like this, she danced like that, her feet seemed everywhere. They scarcely touched the floor at all, but twinkled in the air. She entrechot, her fairy pas, filled William with delight. She whirled around, his heart did bound. 'Twas true love at first sight. He sought her out and married her. Of course she left the stage, and in his daily parish work with William did engage. She helped him in his parish school, where ragged urchins go, and all the places on the map she'd point out with her toe. And when William gently remonstrated with her, she only said, "William, when I married you, I gave you my hand. My feet are still my own." She'd point like this, she'd point like that, the scholar she'd entrance. "This, children, is America, and this, you see, is France. A highland here, an island there, round which the waters roll, and this is Patagonia, and this is the frozen pole." Young William's bishop called one day, but found the curate out, so he told the curate's wife what he had come about. "Your merit, William, oft to me most highly doth extol. I trust, my dear, you always try to elevate the soul." Then William's wife made the bishop a neat little curtsy, and gently said, "Oh, yes, your grace, I always do, in my own peculiar way." She danced like this, she danced like that, the bishop looked aghast. He could not see her mazy skirts, they switched around so fast. She tripped it here, she skipped it there, the bishop's eyes did roll. God bless me, 'tis a pleasant way to elevate the soul. End of The Conscientious Curate and the Beauteous Ballet Girl. Recording by Bill Mosley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Section 24 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denny Sayers. The Hoss by James Whitcomb Riley. The hoss, he is a splendid beast. He is man's friend, as heaven designed. And search the world from west to east, no honester you'll ever find. Some calls the hoss a poor dumb brute, and yet, like him who died for you, I say, as I their charge refute, forgive, they know not what they do. No wiser animal makes tracks upon these earthly shores, and hence arose the axiom, true as facts, extolled by all, as good hoss sense. The hoss is strong, and knows his strength. You hitch him up a time or two, and lash him, and he'll go his length, and kick the dashboard out for you. But treat 'em allus good and kind, and never strike him with the stick, ner aggravate him, and you'll find he'll never do a hostile trick. A hoss whose master tends him right and warders him with daily care will do your biddin' with delight, and act as docile as you air. He'll paw and prance to hear your praise, because he's learnt to love you well, and though you can't tell what he says, he'll nicker all he wants to tell. He knows you when you slam the gate at early dawn upon your way unto the barn, and snorts elate to get his corn, or oats, or hay. He knows you as the orphant knows the folks that loves her like their own. and raises her, and finds her clothes, and schools her till a warmer'n grown. I claim no hoss will harm a man, ner kick ner run away, cavort, stump, suck, or balk, or catamaran, if you'll just treat him as you ort. But when I see the beast abused and clubbed around as I've saw some, I want to see his owner noosed, and yes, yanked up like Absalom. Of course, there's difference in stock. A hoss that has a little ear and slender build and shaller hock can beat his shatter mighty near, whiles one that's thick in neck and chest and big in leg and full in flank that tries to race, I still insist he'll have to take the second rank. And I have just laid back and laughed and rolled and wallered in the grass at fairs to see some heavy draft lead out at first, yet come in last. Each hoss has his appointed place. The heavy hoss should plow the soil. The blooded racer, he must race and win big wages for his toil. I never bet, never wrought upon my filler man to bet, and yet at times I've often thought of my convictions with regret. I bless the hoss from hoof to head, from head to hoof, and tail to mane. I bless the hoss, as I have said, from head to hoof, and back again. I love my God the first of all, then him that perished on the cross, and next my wife, and then I fall down on my knees and love the hoss. End of the Hoss. Section 25 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denny Sayers. When Doctors Disagree by S.E. Kaiser. He looked at my tongue, and he shook his head. This was Dr. Smart. He thumped on my chest, and then he said, "Ah, there it is, your heart. You mustn't run, you mustn't hurry, you mustn't work, you mustn't worry. Just sit down and take it cool. You may live for years, I cannot say, but in the meantime make it a rule to take this medicine twice a day." He looked at my tongue, and he shook his head. This was Dr. Wise. "Your liver's a total wreck," he said. "You must take more exercise. You mustn't eat sweets. You mustn't eat meats. You must walk and leap. You must also run. You mustn't sit down in the dull old way. Get out with the boys and have some fun, and take 3 doses of this a day." He looked at my tongue, and he shook his head. This was Dr. Bright. "I'm afraid your lungs are gone," he said, "and your kidney isn't right. A change of scene is what you need. Your case is desperate indeed. And bread is a thing you mustn't eat. Too much starch. But, by the way, you must henceforth live on only meat, and take 6 doses of this a day." Perhaps they were right. Perhaps they knew. It isn't for me to say. Mayhap I erred when I madly threw their bitter stuff away. But I'm living yet, and I'm on my feet, and grass isn't all I dare to eat, and I walk, and I run, and I worry too. But to save my life I cannot see what some of the able doctors would do if there were no fools like you and me. End of Doctors Disagree.
Section 26 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boat That Ain't, by Wallace Irwin. A stout, fat boat for Galen, and a long, slim boat for Squall. But there isn't no fun in sailin', when you haven't no boat at all. For what is the use o' caulkin' a tub with a mustard pot? And what is the use o' talkin' of a boat that you haven't got? End of A Boat That Ain't.
Section 27 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. How Jimaboy Found Himself by Frances Lynn. When Jimaboy began to live by his wits, otherwise, when he set up author and proposed to write for bread and meat, it was a time when the public appetite demanded names and naivete. And since Jimaboy is fresh enough to satisfy both of these requirements, the editors looked with favor upon him, and his income, for a little while, exceeded the modest figure of the railroad clerkship upon which he had ventured to ask Isabel to marry him. But afterward there came a time of dearth, a period in which the new name was no longer a thing to conjure with, and artlessness was a drug on the market. Cleverness was the name of the new requirement, and Jimaboy's gift was glaringly sentimental. When you open your magazine at The Contusions of Peggy by James Augustus Jimaboy, you are justly indignant when you find melodrama and predetermined pathos instead of the clever clowneries which the sheer absurdity of the author's signature predicts. "Item," said Jimaboy, jotting it down in his notebook while Isabel hung over the back of his chair. "It's a perilous thing to make people cry when they are out for amusement. Did the postman remember us this morning?" Isabel nodded mournfully. "And the crop?" said Jimaboy. "3 manuscripts, 2 from New York and 1 from Boston." "So flee the works of men, back to earth again," quoted the sentimentalist, smiling from the teeth outward. "Is that all?" "All you care about. There were some fussy old bills." "Whose, for instance?" "Oh, the grocers, and the Colemans, and the butchers, and the water companies, and some other little ones." "Some other little ones," mused Jimaboy. "There's pathos for you. If I could ever get that into a story, with your intonation, it would be cheap at 15 cents the word. We're up against it, Bella, dear." "Well," she said, with an arm around his neck. "It isn't well. It's confoundedly ill. It begins to look as if it were back to the farm for us." She came around to sit on the arm of the chair. "To the railroad office? Never, Jimmy love. You are too good for that." "Am I? That remains to be proved. And just at present the evidence is accumulating by the ream on the other side, reams of rejected MS." "You haven't found yourself yet, that is all." He forced a smile. "Let's offer a reward. Lost, the key to James and Isabel Jimaboy's success in life. Finder will be suitably recompensed on returning same to 506 Hayward Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio." She leaned over and planted a soft little kiss on the exact spot on his forehead where it would do the most good. "I could take the city examination and teach, if you'd let me, Jimmy." He shook his head definitely. That was ground which had been gone over before. "Teach little baby their ABCs? I'm afraid that isn't your specialty, heart of mine. Now if you could teach other women the art of making a man believe that he has cornered the entire visible supply of ecstatic thrills in marrying the woman of his choice, by Jove now, there's an idea." Now Jimaboy had no idea in particular. He never had an idea that he did not immediately coin it into words and try to sell it. But Isabel's eyes were suspiciously bright, and the situation had to be saved. "I was just thinking, the thing to do successfully is the The thing you do best, isn't it?" She laughed in spite of the unpaid bills. "Why can't you put clever things like that into your stories, Jimmy dear?" "As if I didn't," he retorted. "But don't step on my idea and squash it while it's in the soft-shell crab stage. As I said, I was thinking. There is just one thing we can give the world odds on and beat it out of sight, and that thing is our long suit, our specialty." "But you said you had an idea," said Isobel, whose private specialty was singleness of purpose. "Oh, yes," said Jimaboy. Then he smote hard upon the anvil and forged one on the spur of the moment. "Suppose we call it the Postgraduate School of W.B., Professor James Augustus Jimaboy, Principal, Mrs. Isabel Jimaboy, Assistant Principal. How would that sound?" "It would sound like the steam siren on the planing mill. But what is the W.B.?" "Wedded bliss, of course. Here is the way it figures out. We've been married 3 years and—" "3 years, 5 months and 14 days," she corrected. "Excellent. That accuracy of yours would be worth a fortune on the faculty. But let me finish. During these 3 years, 5 months and 14 days we have fought, bled, and died on the literary battlefield, dined on bath mitts and café hydraulique, walked past the opera house entrance when our favorite play was on, and all that. But tell me, throb of my heart, have we ever gone shy on bliss?" She met him halfway. It was the spirit in which they had faced the bill collector since the beginning of the period of leanness. "Never, Jimmy dear. Not even hardly ever." "There you are, then. Remains only for us to tell others how to do it. To found the Postgraduate School of W.B. It's the one thing needful in a world of educational advantage, a world in which everything but the gentle art of being happy, though married, is taught by the postman. We have solved all the other problems, but there has been no renaissance in the art of matrimony. Think of the 10,000 divorces granted in a single state last year. My dear Isobel, we mustn't lose a day, an hour, a minute." She pretended to take him seriously. "I don't know why we shouldn't do it, I'm sure," she mused. "They teach everything by mail nowadays, but who is going to die and leave us the endowment to start with?" "That's the artistic beauty of the mail scheme," said Jimaboy, enthusiastically. "It doesn't require capitalizing. No buildings, no campus, no football team, no expensive university plant. Nothing but an inspiration, a serviceable typewriter, and a little old postman to blow his whistle at the door. And the specialty," added Isobel, "though some of them don't seem to trouble themselves much about that. Oh, yes. And the advertising, that is where the endowment comes in, isn't it?" But Jimaboy would not admit the obstacle. "That is one of the things that grow by what they are fed upon. Your ad. Brings in the money, and then the money buys more ad. Now, there's Blicker, of the Woman's Uplift. He still owes us for that last story. We take it out in advertising space. Also Dormus, of the Home World, and Amory, of the Story Lovers. Same boat, more advertising space. Then the Times hasn't paid for that string of space fillers on the Lovers of all nations. The Times has a job office, and we could take that out in prospectuses and application blanks." By this time the situation was entirely saved, and Isobel's eyes were dancing. "Wouldn't it be glorious?" she murmured. "Think of the precious, precious letters we'd get. Real letters, like some of those pretended ones in Mr. Blicker's correspondence column. And we wouldn't tell them what the W.B. meant until after they'd finished the course. And then we'd send them the degree of Master of Wedded Bliss, and write it out in the diploma." Jimaboy sat back in his chair and laughed uproariously. The most confirmed sentimentalist may have a saving sense of humor. Indeed, it is likely to go hard with him in the experimental years if he has it not. "It's perfectly feasible, perfectly," he chuckled. "It would be merely pounding sand into the traditional rat hole with all the implements furnished, teaching our specialty to a world yearning to know how. You could get up the lectures and question schedules for the men, and I could make some sort of a shift with the women." "Yes, but the textbooks. Don't these fit yourself at home schools have textbooks?" Yes, I suppose they do. That would be a little different for us, just at the go-off. But we could get around that. For example, dear Mrs. Blank, replying to your application for membership in the Postgraduate School of W.B., would say that your case is so peculiar. That would flatter her immensely. Your case is so peculiar that the ordinary text, books cover it very inadequately. Therefore, with your approval, and for a small additional tuition fee of $2 a term, we shall place you in a special class to be instructed by electrograph lectures dictated personally by the principal. Isabel clapped her hands. Jimmy, love, you are simply great when you are not trying to be. And after a while we could print the lectures and have our own textbooks copyrighted. But don't you think we ought to take in the young people as well? Have a collegiate department for beginners? Shh, said Jimaboy, and he got up and closed the door with ostentatious caution. Suppose somebody, Lanterman, for instance, should hear you say such things as that. Take in the young people. Shades of the Rosicrucians. We wouldn't take in anybody. The very life of these male things is the unshaken confidence of the people. But, as you suggest, we really ought to include the frying size. It was delicious fooling, and Isabel found a sketchbook and dipped her pen. You do the letterpress for the collegiate ad, and I'll make a picture for it, she said. Hurry, I'll beat you. Jimaboy laughed and squared himself at the desk, and the race began. Isabel had a small gift and a large ambition. The gift was a cartoonist's facility in line drawing, and the ambition was to be able, in the dim and distant future, to illustrate Jimaboy's stories. Lanterman, the Times artist, whose rooms were just across the hall, had given her a few lessons in caricature and some little gruff, Teutonic encouragement. Time, she called, tossing the sketch block over to Jimaboy. It was a happy thought. On a modern Davenport sat two young people, far apart, the youth twiddling his thumbs in an ecstasy of embarrassment, the maiden making rabbit's ears with her handkerchief. Jimaboy's note of appreciation was a guffaw. I couldn't rise to the expression on those faces in 100 years, he lamented. Hear me creak. Don't marry. Until you have taken the preparatory course in the postgraduate school of W.B. Home Study in the science of successful heartthrobs. Why earn only 10 kisses a week when 1 hour a day will qualify you for the highest positions? Our collegiate department confers degree of B.B., postgraduate department that of M.W.B., members of faculty all certificated postgraduates. A postal card brings prospectus and application blank. Address: the Postgraduate School of W.B., 506 Hayward Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio. Isabel applauded loyally. Why, that doesn't creak a little bit. Try it again, for the unhappy TMs this time. Ready? Play. Her picture was done while Jimaboy was still nibbling his pen and scowling over the scratch pad. It was a drawing-room interior, with the wife in tears and the husband struggling into his overcoat. To them, running, an animated United States mailbag, extending a huge envelope marked, "From the Postgraduate School of W.B." Jimaboy scratched out and rewrote, with a pen drawing for an inspiration, "Hearts divided become hearts united." When you have taken a correspondence course in wedded bliss, a scholarship in the Postgraduate School of W.B. is the most acceptable wedding gift or Christmas present for your friends. Curriculum includes matrimony as a fine art, post-marriage courtship, elementary and advanced studies in conjugal harmony, easy lessons in the gentle craft of eating her experimental bread, practical analysis of the club habit, with special course for wives in the abstract science of honeyfugling parsimonious husbands. Diploma qualifies for highest positions. Our gold medalists are never idle. The Postgraduate School of W.B., 506 Hayward Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio. N.B. Graphophone with model conversations for married lovers, furnished free with lectures on post-marriage courtship. They pin the pictures each to his copy and have their laugh over the conceit. Blessed if I don't believe we could actually fake the thing through if we should try, said Jimaboy. There are plenty of people in this world who would take it seriously. I don't doubt it, was Isabel's reply. People are so ready to be gold-bricked, especially by mail. But it's 12 o'clock. Shall I light the stove for luncheon, or can we stand Giuseppe's? Jimaboy consulted the purse. I guess we can afford stuffed macaroni this one time more, he rejoined. Let's go now, while we can get one of the side tables and be exclusive. They had barely turned the corner in the corridor when Lanterman's door opened and the cartoonist sallied out. Also luncheon stirred. He was a big German, with fierce military mustache and a droop in his left eye that had earned him the nickname of Bismarck on the Times force. He tapped at the Jimaboy door in passing, growling to himself in broken English. I like not dis lighthouse keeping, for dis babies mit der wood. They starve one day und eat nothings der next. I choose take dem out once und give dem sauerkraut und wiener. When there was no answer to his rap, he pushed the door open and entered, being altogether on a brotherly footing with his fellow lodgers. The pen drawings with their pendant squibs were lying on Jimaboy's desk, and when Lanterman comprehended, he sat down in Jimaboy's chair and dwelt upon them. "Himmel!" he gurgled. "Dat's some of de little woman's fooling. Gut, sehr gut. I must show dat to Hausbrock." And when he went out, the copy for the 2 advertisements was in his pocket. Jimaboy got a check from the Story Lovers that afternoon, and in the hilarity consequent upon such sudden and unexpected prosperity, the Postgraduate School of W.B. was forgotten. But not permanently. Late in the evening, when Jimaboy was filing and scraping laboriously on another story, he always worked hardest on the heels of a check, Isabel thought of the pen drawings and looked in vain for them. "What did you do with the W.B. jokes, Jimmy?" she asked. "I didn't do anything with them. Don't tell me they're lost," in mock concern. "They seem to be. I can't find them anywhere." "Oh, they'll turn up again all right," said Jimaboy, and he went on with his polishing. They did turn up, most surprisingly. 3 days later Isabel was glancing through the 30-odd pages of the swollen Sunday Times, and she gave a little shriek. "Horrors!" she cried. "The Times has printed those ridiculous jokes of ours, and run them as advertisements." "What?" shouted Jimaboy. "It's so. See here." It was so, indeed, on the Wit and Humor page, which was half reading matter and half advertising. The Postgraduate School of W.B. figured as large as life, with very fair reproductions of Isabel's drawings heading the displays. "Heavens!" ejaculated Jimaboy, and then his first thought was the jealous authors. "Isn't it the luckiest thing ever that the spirit didn't move me to sign those things?" "You might as well have signed them," said Isabel. "You've given our street and number." "My kingdom!" groaned Jimaboy. "Here, you lock the door behind me while I go hunt Hausbrock. It's a duel with siege guns at 10 paces, or a suit for damages with him." He was back again in something under the hour, and his face was haggard. "We are lost," he announced tragically. "There is nothing for it now but to run." "However did it happen?" queried Isabel. "Oh, just as simply and easily as rolling off a log, as such things always happen. Lanterman saw the things on the desk, and your sketches caught him. He took 'em down to show to Hausbrock, and Hausbrock, meaning to do us a good turn, marked the skits up for the Wit and Humor page. The intelligent make-up foreman did the rest. Says, of course, he took 'em for ads, and run 'em as ads." "But what does Mr. Hausbrock say?" "He gave me the horse laugh. Said he would see to it that the advertising department didn't send me a bill. When I began to pull off my coat he took it all back and said he was all kinds of sorry and would have the mistake explained in tomorrow's paper. But you know how that goes. Out of the 150,000 people who will read those miserable squibs today, not 5,000 will see the explanation tomorrow. Oh, we've got to run, I tell you. Skip, fly, vanish into thin air." But sober second thought came after a while to relieve the panic pressure. 506 Hayward Avenue was a small apartment house, with a dozen or more tenants, lodgers or light housekeepers, like the Jimaboys. All they would have to do would be to breathe softly and make no mention of the Postgraduate School of W.B. Then the other tenants would never know, and the postman would never know. Of course, the non-delivery of the mail might bring troublesome inquiry upon the Times advertising department, but, as Jimaboy remarked maliciously, that was none of their funeral. Accordingly, they breathed softly for a continuous week, and carefully avoided personal collisions with the postman, but temporary barricades are poor defenses at the best. One day, as they were stealthily scurrying out to luncheon, they had acquired the stealthy habit to perfection by this time, they ran plump into the laden mail carrier in the lower hall. "Hello," said he, "you are just the people I've been looking for. I have a lot of letters and postal cards for the Postgraduate School of something or other, 506 Hayward. Do you know anything about it?" They exchanged glances. Isabel said, "Are you going to make me tell the fib?" And Jimaboy said, "Help! I guess maybe they belong to us." It was the man who weakened. "At least, it was our advertisement that brought them. Much obliged, I'm sure." And a breathless minute later they were back in their rooms with the fateful and fearfully bulky packet on the desk between them, and such purely physical and routine things as luncheon quite forgotten. "James Augustus Jimaboy, what have you done?" demanded the accusing angel. "Well, somebody had to say something, and you wouldn't say it," retorted Jimaboy. "Jimmy, did you want me to lie?" "That's what you wanted me to do, wasn't it? But perhaps you think that one lie, more or less, wouldn't cut any figure in my case." "Jimmy, dear, don't be horrid. You know perfectly well that your curiosity to see what was in those letters was too much for you." Jimaboy walked to the window and shoved his hands deep into his pockets. It was their first quarrel, and being unfamiliar with the weapons of that warfare, he did not know which one to draw next. And the one he did draw was a tin dagger, crumpling under the blow. "It has been my impression all along that curiosity was a feminine weakness," he observed to the window panes. "James Jimaboy, you know better than that. You've said a dozen times in your stories that it was just the other way about. You know you have. And besides, I didn't let the cat out of the bag." Here was where Jimaboy's sense of humor came in. He turned on her quickly. She was the picture of righteous indignation trembling to tears, whereupon he took her in his arms, laughing over her as she might have wept over him. "Isn't this rich?" he gasped. We built this thing on our specialty, and here we are qualifying, like cats and dogs, for our great mission to a quarrelsome world. Listen, Bella dear, and I'll tell you why I weakened. It wasn't curiosity or just plain everyday scare. There is sure to be money in some of these letters, and it must be returned. Also, the other people must be told that it was only a joke." But we've broken our record and quarreled," she sobbed. "Never mind," he confronted. "Maybe that was necessary too. Now we can add another course to the curriculum and call it the exquisite art of making up. Let's get to work on these things and see what we are in for." They settled down to it in grim determination, cutting out the downtown luncheon and munching crackers and cheese while they opened and read and wrote and returned money and explained and re-explained in deadly and wearisome repetition. "My land," said Jimaboy, stretching his arms over his head, when Isobel got up to light the lamps. "Isn't the credulity of the race a beautiful thing to contemplate? Let's hope these furor will die down as suddenly as it jumped up. If it doesn't, I'm going to make Hasbrouck furnish us a stenographer and pay the postage." But it did not die down. For a solid fortnight they did little else than write letters and postcards to anxious applicants, and by the end of the 2 weeks Jimaboy was starting up in his bed of nights to rave out the threadbare formula of explanation. "Dear Madam, the ad you saw in the Sunday Times was not an ad. It was a joke. There is no postgraduate school of W.B. in all the world. Please don't waste your time and ours by writing any more letters." The first rift in the cloud was due to the good offices of Hasbrouck. He saw matter of public interest in the swollen jest and threw the columns of the Sunday Times open to Jimaboy. Under the racking pressure, the sentimentalist fired volley upon volley of scathing ridicule into the massed ranks of anxious inquirers, and finally came to answering some of the choicest of the letters in print. "Good," said Hasbrouck, when the Jimaboy column in the Sunday paper began to be commented on and quoted, and he made Jimaboy an offer that seemed like sudden affluence. But the crowning triumph came still later in a letter from the editor of one of the great magazines. Jimaboy got it at the Times office, and some premonition of its contents made him keep it until Isobel could share it. "We have been watching your career with interest," wrote the great man, "and we are now casting about for some one to take charge of a humorous department to be called Bathos and Pathos, which we shall in the near future add to the magazine. May we see more of your work, as well as some of Mrs. Jimaboy's sketches?" "Oh, Jimmy dear, you've found yourself at last." But his smile was a grin. "No," he said, "we've just got our diplomas from the Postgraduate School of W.B. That's all." End of How Jimaboy Found Himself. Recording by Ginger Kukalo.
Section 28 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. A Rule of Three by Wallace Rice. There is a rule to drink, I think, a rule of 3 that you'll agree with me cannot be beat, and tends our lives to sweeten. Drink ere you eat, and while you eat, and after you have eaten. End of A Rule of 3. Recording by Bill Moseley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Section 29 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How the Money Goes by John G. Sachs. How goes the money? Well, I'm sure it isn't hard to tell. It goes for rent and water rates, for bread and butter, coal and grates, hats, caps, and carpets, hoops and hose, and that's the way the money goes. How goes the money? Nay, don't everybody know the way? It goes for bonnets, coats, and capes, silks, satins, muslins, velvets, crapes, shawls, ribbons, furs, and furbelows, and that's the way the money goes. How goes the money? Sure, I wish the ways were something fewer. It goes for wages, taxes, debts. It goes for presents, goes for bets, for paint, pomade, and eau de rose, and that's the way the money goes. How goes the money? Now I've scarce begun to mention how. It goes for laces, feathers, rings, toys, dolls, and other baby things, whips, whistles, candies, bells, and bows, and that's the way the money goes. How goes the money? Come, I know it doesn't go for rum. It goes for schools and Sabbath chimes. It goes for charity, sometimes, for missions and such things as those, and that's the way the money goes. How goes the money? There, I'm out of patience, I declare. It goes for plays and diamond pins, for public alms and private sins, for hollow shams and silly shows, and that's the way the money goes. End of How the Money Goes. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman.
Section 30 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Cucolo. A Cavalier's Valentine by Clinton Scollard. The sky was like a mountain mirror, the lilac buds were brown. What time a war-worn cavalier rode into Taunton town. He sighed and shook his head forlorn. "A sorry lot is mine," he said, "who have this merry morn pale want for Valentine." His eyes, like heather bells at dawn, were blue and brave and bold. Against his cheeks, now wan and drawn, his love locks tossed their gold. And as he rode beyond a wall with ivy overrun, his glance upon a maid did fall, a sewing in the sun. As sweet was she as wilding time, a boon, a bliss, a grace. It made the heart blood beat in rhyme to look upon her face. He bowed him low in courtesy, to her deep marvelling. "Fair Mistress Puritan," said he, "it is forward spring. As when the sea shell flush of morn throws night in rose eclipse, so sunshine smiles that instant born brought brightness to her lips." Her voice was modest, yet, forsooth, it had a roguish ring. "You, sir, of all should know that truth. It is a forward spring." End of A Cavalier's Valentine. Recording by Ginger Cucolo.
Section 31 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Great Celebrator by Bill Nye. Being at large in Virginia along the latter part of last season, I visited Monticello, the former home of Thomas Jefferson, also his grave. Monticello is about an hour's ride from Charlottesville by diligence. One rides over a road constructed of ripraps and broken stone. It is called a macadamized road, and 20 miles of it will make the pelvis of a long-waisted man chafe against his ears. I have decided that the site for my grave shall be at the end of a trunk line somewhere, and I will endow a droshka to carry passengers to and from said grave. Whatever my life may have been, and however short I may have fallen in my great struggle for a generous recognition by the American people, I propose to place my grave within reach of all. Monticello is reached by a circuitous route to the top of a beautiful hill, on the crest of which rests the brick house where Mr. Jefferson lived. You enter a lodge gate in charge of a venerable Negro, to whom you pay 2 bits apiece for admission. This sum goes toward repairing the roads, according to the ticket which you get. It just goes toward it, however. It don't quite get there, I judge, for the roads are still appealing for aid. Perhaps the Negro can tell how far it gets. Up through a neglected thicket of Virginia shrubs and ill-kempt trees, you drive to the house. It is a house that would readily command $750, with queer porches to it and large, airy windows. The top of the whole hill was graded level, or terraced, and an enormous quantity of work must have been required to do it, but Jefferson did not care. He did not care for fatigue. With 200 slaves of his own and a dowry of 300 more, which was poured into his coffers by his marriage, Jeff did not care how much toil it took to polish off the top of a bluff, or how much the sweat stood out on the brow of a hill. Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence. He sent it to one of the magazines, but it was returned as not available, so he used it in Congress and afterward got it printed to the record. I saw the chair he wrote it in. It is a plain, old-fashioned wooden chair with a kind of bosom board on the right arm, upon which Jefferson used to rest his Declaration of Independence whenever he wanted to write it. There was also an old gig stored in the house. In this gig Jefferson used to ride from Monticello to Washington in a day. This is untrue, but it goes with the place. It takes from 8:30 a.m. until noon to ride this distance on a fast train, and in a much more direct line than the old wagon road ran. Mr. Jefferson was the father of the University of Virginia, one of the most historic piles I ever clapped my eyes on. It is now under the management of a classical janitor who has a tinge of Negro blood in his veins, mixed with the rich Castilian blood of somebody else. He has been at the head of the University of Virginia for over 40 years, bringing in the coals and exercising a general oversight over the curriculum and other furniture. He is a modest man with a tendency toward the classical in his researches. He took us up on the roof, showed us the outlying country, and jarred our eardrums with the big bell. Mr. Estes, who has general charge of Monticello, called Monticello, said that Mr. Jefferson used to sit on his front porch with a powerful glass and watch the progress of the work on the university, and if the workmen undertook to smuggle in a soft brick, Mr. Jefferson, 5 or 6 miles away, detected it, and bounding lightly into his saddle, he rode down there to Charlottesville and clubbed the bricklayers until they were glad to pull down the wall to that brick and take it out again. This story is what made me speak of that section a few minutes ago as an outlying country. The other day Charles L. Seigel told us the Confederate version of an attack on Fort Moultrie during the early days of the war, which has never been printed. Mr. Seigel was a German Confederate, and early in the fight was quartered in company with others at the Moultrie House, a seaside hotel, the guests having deserted the building. Although large soft beds with curled hair mattresses were in each room, the department issued ticks or sacks to be filled with straw for the use of the soldiers, so that they would not forget that war was a serious matter. Nobody used them, but they were there all the same. Attached to the Moultrie house and wandering about the backyard, there was a small orphan jackass, a
sorrowful little light blue mammal with a tinge of bitter melancholy in his voice. He used to dwell on the past a good deal, and at night he would refer to it in tones that were choked with emotion. The boys caught him one evening as the gloaming began to arrange itself, and threw him down on the green grass. They next pulled a straw bed over his head and inserted him in it completely, cutting holes for his legs. Then they tied a string of sleigh bells to his tail and hit him a smart, stinging blow with a black snake. Probably that was what suggested to him the idea of strolling down the beach, past the sentry and on toward the fort. The darkness of the night, the rattle of hoofs, the clash of the bells, the quick challenge of the guard, the failure to give the countersign, the sharp volley of the sentinels, and the wild cry "To arms!" followed in rapid succession. The tocsin sounded, also the slogan. The culverin, ukase, and door tender were all fired. Huge beacons of fat pine were lighted along the beach. The whole slumbering host sprang to arms, and the crack of the musket was heard through the intense darkness. In the morning the enemy was found entrenched in a mud-hole south of the fort, with his clean new straw tick spattered with clay and a wildly dishevelled tail. On board the Richmond train not long ago a man lost his hat as we pulled out of Petersburg, and it fell by the side of the track. The train was just moving slowly away from the station, so he had a chance to jump off and run back after it. He got the hat, but not till we had placed 7 or 8 miles between us and him. We could not help feeling sorry for him, because very likely his hat had an embroidered hatband in it, presented by one dearer to him than life itself, and so we worked up quite a feeling for him, though of course he was very foolish to lose his train just for a hat, even if it did have the needlework of his heart's idol in it. Later I was surprised to see the same man in Columbia, South Carolina, and he then told me this sad story. I started out a month ago to take a little trip of a few weeks, and the first day was very, very happily spent in scrutinizing nature and scanning the faces of those I saw. On the second day out I ran across a young man whom I had known slightly before, and who is engaged in the business of being a companionable fellow and the life of the party. That is about all the business he has. He knows a great many people, and his circle of acquaintances is getting larger all the time. He is proud of the enormous quantity of friendship he has acquired. He says he can't get on a train or visit any town in the Union that he doesn't find a friend. He is full of stories and witticisms, and explains the plays to theater parties. He has seen a great deal of life, and is a keen critic. He would have enjoyed criticizing the Apostle Paul and his elocutionary style if he had been one of the Ephesians. He would have criticized Paul's gestures and said, "Paul, I like your epistles a heap better than I do your appearance on the platform. You express yourself well enough with your pen. But when you spoke for the Ephesian YMC and BSPA, we were disappointed in you, and we lost money on you." Well, he joined me, and finding out where I was going, he decided to go also. He went along to explain things to me, and talk to me when I wanted to sleep or read the newspaper. He introduced me to large numbers of people whom I did not want to meet, took me to see things I didn't want to see, read things to me that I didn't want to hear, and introduced to me people who didn't want to meet me. He multiplied misery by throwing uncongenial people together, and then said, "Wasn't it lucky that I could go along with you and make it pleasant for you?" Everywhere he met more new people with whom he had an acquaintance. He shook hands with them, and called them by their first names, and felt in their pockets for cigars. He was just bubbling over with mirth, and laughed all the time, being so offensively joyous, in fact, that when he went into a car he attracted general attention, which suited him first rate. He regarded himself as a universal favorite and all-round sunbeam. When we got to Washington, he took me up to see the President. He knew the President well, claimed to know lots of things about the President that made him more or less feared by the administration. He was acquainted with 1,000 little vices of all our public men, which virtually placed them in his power. He knew how the President conducted himself at home, and was on to everything in public life. Well, he shook hands with the President and introduced me. I could see that the President was thinking about something else, though, and so I came away without really feeling that I knew him very well. Then we visited the departments, and I can see now that I hurt myself by being towed around by this man. He was so free and so joyous and so bubbling that wherever we went I could hear the key grate in the lock after we passed out of the door. He started south with me. He was going to show me all the battlefields and introduce me into society. I bought some strychnine in Washington and put it in his buckwheat cakes, but they got cold and he sent them back. I did not know what to do, and was almost wild, for I was traveling entirely for pleasure, and not especially for his pleasure either. At Petersburg I was told that the train going the other way would meet us. As we started out, I dropped my hat from the window while looking at something. It was a desperate move, but I did it. Then I jumped off the train and went back after it. As soon as I got around the curve, I ran for Petersburg, where I took the other train. I presume you all felt sorry for me, but if you'd seen me fold myself in a long, passionate embrace after I had climbed on the other train, you would have changed your minds. He then passed gently from my sight. End of A Great Celebrator. Recording by Henry Neimark.
Section 32 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. The Old-Fashioned Choir by Benjamin F. Taylor. I have fancied sometimes the Bethel beam that trembled to earth in the patriarch's dream was a ladder of song in that wilderness rest, from the pillow of stone to the blue of the blest, and the angels descended to dwell with us here. Old Hundred, and Corinth, and China, and Mere, all the hearts are not dead, not under the sod, that those breasts can blow open to heaven and God. Ah, Silver Street leads by a bright golden road. Oh, not to the hymns that in harmony flowed, but to those sweet human psalms in the old-fashioned choir, to the girls that sang alto, the girls that sang air. Let us sing to God's praise, the minister said. All the psalm books at once fluttered open at York, sunned their long dotted wings in the words that he read, while the leader leaped into the tune just ahead, and politely picked out the keynote with a fork, and the vicious old viol went growling along at the heels of the girls in the rear of the song. I need not a wing, bid no genie come. What a wonderful web from Arabian loom, to bear me again up the river of time, when the world was in rhythm, and life was its rhyme. Where the streams of the year flowed so noiseless and narrow, that across them there floated the song of a sparrow. For a sprig of green caraway carries me there, to the old village church and the old village choir. When clear of the floor my feet slowly swung, and timed the sweet praise of the songs as they sung, till the glorious slant of the afternoon sun seemed the rafters of gold in God's temple begun. You may smile at the nasals of old Deacon Brown, who followed by scent till he ran the tune down, and the dear Sister Green, with more goodness than grace, rose and fell on the tunes as she stood in her place, and where coronation exultingly flows, tried to reach the high notes on the tips of her toes. To the land of the Lil they went with their song, where the choir and the chorus together belong. Oh, be lifted, ye gates, let me hear them again. Blessed song, blessed Sabbath, forever. Amen. End of the Old-Fashioned Choir. Recording by Ginger Kukalo.
Section 33 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denny Sayers. When the Little Boy Ran Away by Frank L. Stanton. When the little boy ran away from home, the birds in the treetops knew, and they all sang, "Stay!" But he wandered away, under the skies of blue. And the wind came whispering from the tree, "Follow me, follow me." And it sang him a song that was soft and sweet, and scattered the roses before his feet that day when the little boy ran away. The violets whispered, "Your eyes are blue and lovely and bright to see, and so are mine, and I'm kin to you, so dwell in the light with me." But the little boy laughed, while the wind in glee said, "Follow me, follow me." And the wind called the clouds from their home in the skies, and said to the violet, "Shut your eyes." That day when the little boy ran away. Then the wind played leapfrog over the hills, and twisted each leaf and limb, and all the rivers and all the rills were foaming mad with him. And 'twas dark as the darkest night could be, and still came the wind's voice, "Follow me." And all over the mountain and up from the hollow came echoing voices with, "Follow him, follow that awful day when the little boy ran away." Then the little boy cried, "Let me go, let me go," for a scared, scared boy was he. But the thunder growled from a black cloud, "No," and the wind roared, "Follow me." And an old gray owl from a treetop flew, saying, "Who are you? Who are you?" And the little boy sobbed, "I'm lost away, and I want to go home where my parents stay." Oh, the awful day when the little boy ran away. Then the moon looked out from a cloud and said, "Are you sorry you ran away? If I light you home to your trundle bed, will you stay, little boy? Will you stay?" And the little boy promised, and cried he would never leave his mother's side. And the moonlight led him over the plain, and his mother welcomed him home again. But oh, what a day when the little boy ran away. End of When the Little Boy Ran Away.
Section 34 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. He Wanted to Know by Sam Walter Foss. He wanted to know how God made the world outer nothing at all. Why it wasn't made square like a block or a brick, stidder round like a ball. How it managed to stay held up in the air, and why it don't fall. All such kinner things above and below he wanted to know. He wanted to know who Cain had for a wife, and if the two fit. Who hit Billy Patterson over the head, if he ever got hit. And where Moses was when the candle went out, and if others were lit. If he couldn't find these out, why his cake was all dough, and he wanted to know. And he wanted to know about original sin, and 'bout Adam's fall. If the snake hop around on the end of his tail before doomed to crawl. And what would have happened if Adam hadn't et the old apple at all. These are kinder things seemed ter fill him with woe, and he wanted to know. And he wanted to know why some folks was good and some folks was mean, why some folks was middlin' and some folks was fat, and some folks was lean, and some folks were very learned and wise, and some folks der green. All these kinder things they troubled him so that he wanted to know. And so he fired conundrums around, for he wanted to know. And his nice cropper taters 'ud rot in the ground, and his stuff wouldn't grow. For it took so much time to ask questions like these, he'd had no time to hoe. He wanted to know if these things were so, 'course he wanted know. And his cattle they died, and his horses grew sick, 'cause they didn't have no hay. and his creditors pressed him up to pay his bills, but he'd no time to pay, for he had to go round asking questions, you know, by night and by day. He'd no time to work, for they troubled him so, and he wanted to know. And now in the poorhouse he travels around in just the same way, and asks the same questions right over again by night and by day. But he ain't found no feller can answer 'em yit, and he's old and he's gray. But these same old conundrums, they trouble him so that he still wants to know. End of He Wanted to Know. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Section 35 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Soldier Rest by Robert J. Burdett. A Russian sailed over the blue Black Sea just when the war was growing hot, and he shouted, "I'm Jalikavikary, Karindabrol Ikanavandarot, Skipkadarova, Ivandistova, Sanlik, Danlik, Vergobot." A Turk was standing above the shore, right where the terrible Russian crossed, and he cried, "Bismillah! I'm Abdelkor, Bazaruk Gilgonat, Oskobrosk, Getsim Pravati, Kilgigoshlaji, Gravido, Blevido, Ginikodask." So they stood like brave men, long and well, and they called each other their proper names, till the lockjaw seized them, and where they fell, they buried them both by the Irdershalems. Kalatalu, Shuk, Mishjar, Ibushchuk, Bulgari, Dogari, Sagar, Imans. End of Soldier Rest. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Section 36 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. The Experiences of Gentle Jane by Carolyn Wells. The Carnivorous Bear. Gentle Jane went walking, where she espied a grizzly bear. Flustered by the quadruped, Gentle Jane just lost her head. The Rude Train. Last week, Tuesday, Gentle Jane met a passing railroad train. "Ah, good afternoon," she said, but the train just cut her dead. The Careless Niece. Once her brother's child, for fun, pointed at her aunt a gun. At this conduct of her niece's, Gentle Jane went all to pieces. The Naughty Automobile. Gentle Jane went for a ride, but the automobile shied through the party all about. Somehow Jane felt quite put out. The Cold Hard Lake. Gentle Jane went out to skate. She fell through at 8:30. Then the lake, with icy glare, said, "Such girls I cannot bear." The Calm Steamroller. In the big steamroller's path, Gentle Jane expressed her wrath. It passed over. After that, Gentle Jane looked rather flat. A New Experience. Much surprised was Gentle Jane when a bullet pierced her brain. "Such a thing as that," she said, "never came into my head." The Battering Ram. "Ah," said Gentle Jane, "I am proud to meet a battering ram." Then, with shyness overcome, Gentle Jane was just struck dumb. End of The Experiences of Gentle Jane. Recording by Ginger Kukalo.
Section 37 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Few Reflections by Bill Arp. I reckon I've lived as much as most folks accordin' to age, and I ain't tired of livin' yit. I like it. I've seen good times, and bad times, and hard times, and times that tired men's souls, but I never seed a time that I couldn't extract some comfort out of trouble. When I was a boy I was a lively little devil, and lost my eddication because I couldn't see enough fun in the spellin' book to get through it. I'm sorry for it now, for a blind man can see what a fool I am. The last schoolin' I got was the day I run from John Norton, and there was so much fun in that my daddy said he reckoned I'd got larnin' enough. I had a bile on my back as big as a guinea egg, and it was mighty nigh ready to bust. We boys had got in a way of ringin' the bell before old Norton got there, and he said that the first boy he cotched at it would catch Hail Columby. Sure enough he slipped upon us one mornin', and before I knowed it he had me by the collar, and was layin' it on like killin' snakes. I hollered, "My bile! My bile! Don't hit me on my bile!" and just then he popped a center shot, and I jumped 3 feet in the atmosphere, and with a whoop and a beller I took to my heels. I run and hollered like the devil was after me, and sure enough he was. His long legs gained on me at every jump, but just as he was about to grab me I made a double on him and got a fresh start. I was active as a cat, and so we had it over fences, through the woods, and round the meetin' house, and all the boys was standin' on Schoolhouse Hill a hollerin', "Go it, my Bill! Go it, my Bill!" As good luck would have it there was a grapevine a swingin' away ahead of me, and I ducked my head under it just as old Norton was about 2 jumps behind. He hadn't seen it, and it took him about the middle and throwed him the hardest summerset I ever seed a man git. He was tired, and I knowed it, and I stopped about 3 rods off and laughed at him as loud as I could bawl. I forgot all about my bile. He never follered me another step, for he was plumb give out, but he set there bareheaded and shook his hickory at me, lookin' as mad and as miserable as possible. That lick on my bile was about the keenest pain I ever felt in my life, and like to have killed me. It busted as wide open as a soap trough, and let every drop of the juice out, but I've had a power of fun thinkin' about it for the last 40 years. But I didn't start to tell you about that. End of A Few Reflections. End of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 9, edited by Marshall Pinckney Wilder.